Hello, lovely, beautiful beings. I'm using a new streaming software today. So it'll be something to get used to. And I should have gone with a different setting for the Instagram. The video quality on the Instagram is not great. I might have to kill the Instagram one. It's weird seeing all the different things, but I want to keep an eye on all the chats in case I need to mod. And I don't think I can mod from the streaming software. So I don't know. I also don't know if the audiobook is going to be able to be heard. But anyway, I hope you are well. I hope everyone's doing all right. Appreciate everyone being here. I am planning to hang out here for most of the rest of the day. Longer stream than normal, but of course I'll be taking some breaks. We're going to do some coloring. See all of what chats? I only see 3. Oh my goodness. All right. I also decided I'm going to try and have some high hopes. And I want to do a giveaway at some point. And I will pull these off of here later. And these aren't my favorite. I kind of want to get a different one. But we're gonna, if I can manage. What do we have here? See, I can see all the chats in there, but in case I need to jump in and mod, actually, I don't know if I can. Because that Instagram comment did not come through. So yeah, I have to keep an eye on Instagram. So yeah, I'm live on Twitch, Facebook, YouTube, and Instagram. Today, I'm gonna try and focus on here. I have too many of me lagging and it's weird and I don't like it, but I need to keep an eye on the chats. So anyway, one thing we're gonna be doing every time I get a sale today, because today, usually I'm a little timid, or I'll just be sharing a meme that I have a sale, but no, I want to try and bring my biz back into the red. It's been a rough year, despite my best efforts. It's been a long year. Some stuff happened. If you like art and you want to support artists, please support me today. Even if you only got $1 to throw towards a sticker, much appreciated. Every single little bit helps. I just hope some of my friends and family do. Pointed the right direction for Instagram. I have the Twitch up behind, and then usually the Twitch is where the thing is, and then usually I have OBS over here, but over here I have Facebook and YouTube and Instagram. The shadow is coughing extra loud today. Anyway, every time I get a sale, I'm going to add a little sticker up here so that I can keep track. He says sorry. So he can keep track, so I can keep track and count every time I get a sale. So I have ways of getting these off the wall later. And if you're on Instagram, you can't see the wall, because I should have done the 9/16 whatever. But I felt limited by those options. So we've learned a lesson. Instagram is its own special friend. But we're putting a sticker up here because I'm counting it as today for one of the orders that came in last night. That was pretty awesome. The Morrigan, however you want to say it, the Morrigan is going out to someone. But yeah, so when I get we get sales coming in, we're going to put a sticker up here next to the Nomies, if the Nomies decide to stay on the wall. The Nomies do not want to stay on the wall. No other streams. Can't see the other chats. No. Also, I still didn't find the snowflake stamp from the other night that I was demonstrating that like just disappeared. I still didn't find that. I don't know where that is. Anyway, now's the time, if you'd like to color along with me, to head over to my website, renewedviews.com, go over to the blog section, and you're going to print out the November. We're going to start with November. I never got a chance to color this in November, but I make a free symmetry page every year. Every month. It's going to be that kind of day. It's going to be a long stream. So this one is November's, and we're going to color this one first. And then we're also going to color December's free page. Oh, come on, you were showing up so nicely for the other one. I really like how this one came out. Again, it's a symmetry page. But one of the things I like about this one is doing that run of Inktober's, doing the traditional art, reminded me that just because I can, like, do straight lines and circles and all of that jazz in the digital drawing doesn't mean I should totally, completely rely on it. And I can draw lines myself, you know? I can draw a line. It'll be fine. That's better view ratio. Yeah, the view ratio, like I had an opportunity to change it over, but had I changed it over, I wouldn't have been able to change it back. So you can actually, you can? I can't. I can't. I'm on desktop. I can't see it. Well, I'm glad someone can. Good to know. It's a wild HR. All right, I got to position these so I can see all the chats, and I can click on them if need be. All right, I think we're good. I think we're good. I think I can see all the chats if I need to be. The only one that I can't, I should put that one in the front. I should put the weird Instagram one in the front. Okay, now we got here. Now we've got here. Pro streamer over here. Okay. All right, now they're all in a line, set up. I can click between them if I need to. And keep an eye on things. Okay. Yeah, for the rest, it's like nice and big. And then on Instagram, it's like this tiny little weird thing. Anyway, so yeah, this is the December one. And reminded me, like, just because you can press down and get perfect circles and perfect lines and perfect arcs and all of that jazz, like, it adds a lot of time. And I want to get it back to, what are you doing? There we go. Have a mod in this chat so covered somewhat. I don't know who's in chat over here. I don't know who's in chat over here. Oh, yeah, that's right. I made the other one. I forgot your other account is a mod because you can't be VIP and mod. So anyway, but on my Instagram, I can only see this very tiny small section. So sorry, Instagram peoples, but thanks for joining today. I'm trying a new streaming software. We're doing a much different stream than we normally do. My Nomies fell off the wall, but we're going to be putting stickers on the wall every time we get an order. And if we manage to get to 10, we're going to go ahead and do a giveaway. if we manage that. I can words. I can words. Anyway, hopefully audio, all that jazz, everything is fine and good to go. I wonder if I can pin things. I cannot pin things in this one, but I can show stuff on screen. So let's start out here. The first thing I want to do There's about to be an ad playing. Please let me know if you're able to hear it or not. Maybe it's just running slow because the ah. Okay, that was very loud in my ear. Was anyone out there able to hear that? Because that's going to affect whether or not we can listen to our audiobook. Hello, desiccated interrobang. Interrobang. Unless intero and intera might be a different word, but that's an interrobang. I did that in YouTube chat. But hello, we're going to be coloring some of my free coloring pages from the last couple of months. We're doing community art giveaway. We're going to be listening to some stuff. It's a thing I'm trying. It's a thing I'm trying. No ads here, so don't know. No, it would have been like you would have heard it in the background audio. You would have heard it in the background audio. Anyway, you can totally sign up you don't have to sign up or sign in. My thing is having some trouble with some copy and pasting lately. I gotta fix this. Okay. I see. I'm wondering if the audiobook is gonna work. So I can send this again, but if anybody is a puzzling type of person, not that you can really copy and paste that. But if anybody wants to do a jigsaw puzzle, you can click on that link and come over here and do a jigsaw puzzle together. So I'm going to just let this be running in the background for anybody that wants to come in and play. So if you like a puzzle, you can come on in and do some puzzling together. You can preview what it will look like. Fun little happy time. YouTube has lower latency. Yes, Facebook is the most behind. But I wanted to reach out to everybody that I possibly could today. Because like I said, this is an effort to try and raise some funds to get my business back in the red. I've been growing for the past 3 years. Very small profit. Still not even paying myself. But it was in the right direction. And then this year I'm looking at my P&L for the year because I track all my stuff monthly and I put every single cent that I make back in because I have a goal that I'm working towards to make things sustainable. But that whole it costs money to make money is pretty true. So yeah, if you can, that's another thing. Again, learning new stuff today. I put it down at the bottom. Okay. Varies on both location, have lower latency there on my end. Yeah, Facebook is the most behind. What did you just do? Okay. So yeah, if you want to come join us in puzzling, you can come and puzzle anonymously. I will try and remember to post that every so often. So I'm just going to leave that going in the background. We will check in on that every so often. We're going to get set up and I'm going to start coloring some art here in a moment. But I hope everyone's well. Thank you everyone that's joining me today. Even if you can't like afford to purchase $1 on a sticker or like, I get it. I've been there. Even if you can't afford that, just being here, giving me some watch hours, some lurk time, sharing. Yes, we can pin the link for the puzzle on Twitch. But it's a fun little tower, colorful pyramid of gifts. Oh, I can put it on YouTube as well. I can pin it on Facebook. It did not post to Instagram. I've got to post Instagram manually. Instagram is its own beast. But yeah, even if you can't afford to head into the shop and purchase anything today, just give me some watch time, hanging out with me. That helps as well. So many screens, too many screens. I'm stressed out. Oh my gosh. Okay. We are going to be listening to A Christmas Carol in the background. I'm going to try and keep up with chat. But if you couldn't hear the other background audio, like I might have an issue. All right. Did you know you can join? If you are, yes, you can join me for link. If you want to come on screen and chat, I do have that. Spelling correction muted. I muted on purpose. I was talking to Shadow like about our internet and like wondering if I'm like pushing it way too far with having so many things up and running. Anyway, we need to see if you'll be able to hear this, or if I might need to listen to it a different way. So I'm going to start playing a thing. We're going to hope we can hear it. Okay, can anyone hear that? Did anyone hear that? Did not. Oh man, talking to the shadow about how you're torturing your internet today. Gotcha. Yes, I am torturing, but it's also like, hey, if you're using the internet, maybe give me all the internet. Not all the internet, but it's just like letting him know. Okay, we're gonna troubleshoot. And like I said, this is a great time. You can get on the puzzle if you if you like doing puzzles, and if you like doing art, go to renewedviews.com. Go over to my blog. I'm going to be coloring this one first, and I'm going to be coloring this one second. There is a way to color them digitally that I think might work. So if you want to download them and color them digitally, I have some stuff you can try in case it puts the white background, or because it's going to put the white background. So I have some stuff you can try if you're not sure how to do that. But I'm going to be coloring this one first. I do a free symmetry page that I release every month for people. And this was November, and I ran out of time to color this one. This one is the December piece. I'm going to color the December one later. But these are really fun, relaxing. You just pick some colors, you pick a pattern, and you just color through your pattern. And by the time you get to the end, you get something really relaxing, really, 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 really spectacular and cool looking. And you don't have to overthink your coloring. So that's the thing. That's what we're going to be doing today. But I also wanted to listen to a Christmas carol because that's a thing we do on my streams. You okay with it?
Mine shut down.
Thank you. Appreciate you. Shadow shut his stuff down just in case it was interfering. Okay. So yeah, you can join the puzzle. You can be downloading the stuff. I really would like to get this audio working. I don't want it to be sitting here in silence. I don't think there's anything that can play over like all of these streams. Also, before I forget, brand new sticker is in there, by the way. There we go. The noodly one itself, I like playing with symmetry and Zen lines and Celtic knots. I have two types of art. I have like character work, and then I have lots of blendy patterned stuff for the most part. But his doodly appendage is in there in the story now. Okay. All right. All right. Let me. How can I get this working? Also, if you have no interest in art or you just want to hang out, like I said, we're going to try and listen to this audiobook, and we're going to try to just hang out. We're going to try and get some sales. We're going to be putting a sticker up here, everyone that purchases today. I'm going to enter you to get a free commission from me, a free character piece. We'll talk about. The sticker is in there. Never noticed. Not sure you'd believe me if I said that. No, I wouldn't believe you because this sticker is for you. Oh man. Okay. What if? Let's try this. We're doing a bit of a Google. Van Gogh is my new favorite thing ever. So, did you? I'm tracking a lot of stuff, so I might not see things come in. But I appreciate that. Thank you for letting me know. Awesome! Yay! Thank you so much. I appreciate you so very much. Yay! Okay, let's put. These aren't the best stickers. Like, I wish I had different stickers. Let's put this one up. All right. There we go. Okay. Configure your audio setting. Audio settings. Settings. I think I need to reset my mouse. It's having a field day here. Okay. Yeah, I need to ask the shadow about this mouse. I don't think I can fix the audiobook. Either that or it won't let me access these settings during the stream, which would be weird in case you needed to like... What if I put the chat away? This is weird. Thank you for taking a look. I'm so glad you found a cool thing that vibed with you. I always love seeing like what certain people vibe with. But yeah, Van Gogh was one we drew live on stream. That was I'm also gonna try and like talk about my art today because I suck at doing that. So I'm like trying to force myself to do a bunch of things that I don't like to do. I don't like asking for help. I like don't like being too vulnerable, like all that stuff. So we're doing a lot today. We're doing a lot. Need tons of mice to tell you the attitude of mice when being asked to do so many tasks at once. Oh my gosh. All right, maybe you won't open because you don't have enough room to open. Oh, I figured it out. Okay, it wouldn't open because it didn't have enough room to open. I had to go full screen with it. Okay. Do I have to go all the way to the account settings to change the audio settings? See, I have forwarding, troubleshooting, list available device. I don't have anywhere where I can edit the audio settings. Maybe it's under microphone. Okay. This makes sense. First time using this particular software. Bear with me, please. We're figuring it out. Da, da, da. No, there isn't an option in here. I don't have like an audio output capture. Let's try that one maybe. Troubleshooting. That's what you came to watch. Oh, man. I'm going to start the audiobook in the background. And then I'm going to try a bunch of things. And if you start to hear something, please let me know. You can. Yes. Oh, man. Did you? Thank you. I love it. Yeah. All right. We're trying to make this work. And I don't think it's working. Aw, thank you, LF. Sound alerts are not going to work today. Also, I'm probably suddenly speaking much louder because I'm playing the desktop audio that you can't hear, trying to fix that. It's not gonna work now. No, it's not gonna work now. No, it's not gonna work now. Dang it. Also on Twitch, Secular Solstice is happening. I'm very excited. It's gonna be a lot of fun, but it is already closed. Registration has closed. I just didn't have time to shut that timer down. I can't get the output to pick up the desktop audio. And the only other way I can think of to fix it is going to hide the other part. Okay, it's not working. It's not working. I have to mute it because like it's too much going on. My kid was also trying to get information. No, I don't think the audiobook is gonna work. I do have a way to try, but if I do that, it's gonna cause a different issue. Not sure the internet can handle the puzzle and the audio at the same time. No, this is an input in the streaming software issue. This is an audio options issue that it won't allow me to change the output to output the desktop audio. Thank you, away. The only other way I can think to do it would be like this, but then when I add the overhead camera, it's gonna put them over here. Oh, I could do this, and is it gonna let me share that audio? Let's try this. Can you hear it now?
Stave 1 of A Christmas Carol by Charles Dickens. This is a...
Could you hear that? I am using Talk Studio. Okay, so sadly, this will work. However, I can't have the camera and me on there because the minute it's gonna reorder, so I won't be able to do coloring. Because this one, the audio there is a stream share, and the other two are camera inputs. So one's like a tab share, so it will pick up the internet audio. Like it'll play the audio through the internet tab, but it won't just play the desktop audio. Weird. I don't know. I'll figure it out. I do need to like put this over here though. But I needed to know that because this is the one we'll be using for solstice. And I'm so sorry if you're on Instagram because it looks like such a different view to me. Okay, so we're gonna highlight that. We're gonna keep tracking orders. I'm gonna get set up. This first block, we're gonna listen to A Christmas Carol like the whole way through. This first block of it, I think is like 45 minutes long, somewhere around there. I was trying to figure out. Oh, okay, it's right there. I was like, where did I put it? Okay, community puzzle. Last chance if you want to print out or download and color along with me. If you want to do so digitally and you need an idea of how to do that, then I can try to explain like some ways that could work if you want to try and download it and just do it digitally. Okay. We're having a time. I could see that someone was in there working anonymously. All right. So we're going to move this out of the way. Slide that up out of view. I'm going to put this down here. I hope everyone is well today. All right. And it still looks as though I don't see anything going on over here or over here or over here. So I think we're good. All right. I am going to be coloring with Ohuhus today. You can color however and wherever you like. I'm always happy to answer questions, but I'll probably need to pause the audio to do so. And we're gonna color. You can color this. You can color something else. Art, hang out, relax a little. Everyone that makes an order today, you can get a free commission. Yeah, I'm going to try and remember to say that. That's why I have like the timer up there. To remind you, because I don't. Spread democracy on the island of pain, rage, and death. No, I'm terrible at that game. And I get dizzy. If I feel like I have the energy for that type of game, like I'm going to go back to the kill it with fire game and kill spiders. Design text. That's what I'm looking for. Let's show this one instead. Okay. Anyway. I'm going to color. We're going to start A Christmas Carol. Purchase at least $1 information on its website, and yes. Thank you. We can repin the puzzle later, or if anyone else wants to get in on the puzzle, there's a puzzle going in the background. It is a pyramid of colorful gifts. So you can head, that's not what I meant to do. You can head over there and do that. I'll be trying to keep an eye out for orders. We're going to put a sticker on the wall. When we get to 10, I'm going to give away a commission. Thank you so much to everybody that's already supporting with giving funds or giving bits or just giving your eyes and attention. All is much appreciated. I'm going to try and keep an eye on all the stuff and things, but there's a lot going on in a lot of places over here. Back the chat. I need to suggest that game to Mikey. Yeah, do that. I have to absolutely do that. All right. Most of the redeems have been turned off because most of them aren't going to work. Sound alerts are not going to work. So don't do those either. But you can change the lights if you're over on Twitch, except for you can't see them right now. And the Santa's yearbook is still open to claim because I'm drawing the community as elves this year. So far, I'm bringing some lights. We've got OA bringing pickle ornaments. We've got Hellbound bringing best pup ever and some music. And we've got Shy bringing a dragon. And I've been told the dragon is now lore. I did not agree to this. I did not agree to this. Anyway. Thank you for being here. I'm going to color. If you want to color, let me know. I would love you to send it to me at the end. Or if you're working on other art, I would love to, when I get done, share mine. And if anyone else colors along, I'd love to share yours. So we can figure out how to send that over to me at some point when we get there. Agreement is not required. We get you to just sing it. Oh my goodness. The suggestions over on Twitch. All right, so I'm gonna start A Christmas Carol. It's about 45 minutes long. My first thing here, whenever I'm coloring these, I like to pick a color palette. Sometimes I change my mind mid-color palette. Oh, I definitely do, LF. I expect it. But anyway, so I'm going to pick a color palette. I like to do like 5-ish colors, usually. And depending on how many color options I have, if I can do different shades of those colors, I might pick a few different like tints or tones, you know. So I'm going to do that first, and then I'm going to get started, and we're going to color, and we're going to listen, and we're going to hang out, and I'm going to appreciate you being here. And we're going to try and get my business to the green for the year because costs went up, sales went down, and like, I just want to keep up my momentum and progress. Like, it's going to hurt bad if after a couple of years of growth and putting money back in and slowly, you know. Anyway. The happier thing. You can buy art if you want some art. You could also donate art to the public if you select heARTdrop, and that'll give the art to the public and pay it forward a little bit more as well. And I'll hide it in public and like post it on social media. Anyway, I'm gonna stop talking. I'm going to let Bob Newfell, who is the narrator for this one, I'm gonna let Bob Newfell go at it. I'm gonna try and keep up with chat. But yeah, this first one is not quite an hour. So we're gonna get a good block of coloring in. All the love stuff. Let's get started. Now that we're an hour in.
LibriVox recordings are in the public domain.
Can you
For
hear
more
him?
information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Bob Neufeld. A Christmas Carol by Charles Dickens. Preface. I have endeavored in this ghostly little book to raise the ghost of an idea which shall not put my readers out of humor with themselves, with each other, with the season, or with me. May it haunt their houses pleasantly, and no one wish to lay it. Their faithful friend and servant, Charles Dickens, December 1843. Stave 1. Marley's Ghost. Marley was dead, to begin with. There is no doubt whatever about that. The register of his burial was signed by the clergyman, the clerk, the undertaker, and the chief mourner. Scrooge signed it, and Scrooge's name was good upon change for anything he chose to put his hand to. Old Marley was as dead as a doornail. Mind, I don't mean to say that I know, of my own knowledge, what there is particularly dead about a doornail. I might have been inclined myself to regard a coffin-nail as the deadest piece of ironmongery in the trade. But the wisdom of our ancestors is in the simile, and my unhallowed hands shall not disturb it, or the country is done for. You will therefore permit me to repeat emphatically that Marley was as dead as a doornail. Scrooge knew he was dead? Well, of course he did. How could it be otherwise? Scrooge and he were partners for I don't know how many years. Scrooge was his sole executor, his sole administrator, his sole assign, his sole residuary legatee, his sole friend and sole mourner. And even Scrooge was not so dreadfully cut up by the sad event, but that he was an excellent man of business on the very day of the funeral, and solemnized it with an undoubted bargain. The mention of Marley's funeral brings me back to the point I started from. There is no doubt that Marley was dead. This must be distinctly understood, or nothing wonderful can come of the story I am going to relate. If we were not perfectly convinced that Hamlet's father died before the play began, there would be nothing more remarkable in his taking a stroll at night in an easterly wind upon his own ramparts than there would be in any other middle-aged gentleman rashly turning out after dark in a breezy spot, say St. Paul's churchyard, for instance, literally to astonish his son's weak mind. Scrooge never painted out old Marley's name. There it stood years afterwards above the warehouse door, Scrooge and Marley. The firm was known as Scrooge and Marley. Sometimes people new to the business called Scrooge Scrooge, and sometimes Marley, but he answered to both names. It was all the same to him. Oh, but he was a tight-fisted hand at the grindstone, Scrooge. A squeezing, wrenching, grasping, scraping, clutching, covetous old sinner, hard and sharp as flint, from which no steel had ever struck out generous fire, secret and self-contained and solitary as an oyster. The cold within him froze his old features, nipped his pointed nose, shrivelled his cheek, stiffened his gait. made his eyes red, his thin lips blue, and spoke out shrewdly in his grating voice. A frosty rime was on his head, and on his eyebrows and his wiry chin. He carried his own low temperature always about with him. He iced his office in the dog days, and didn't thaw it 1 degree at Christmas. External heat and cold had little influence on Scrooge. No warmth could warm, no wintry weather chill him. No wind that blew was bitterer than he, no falling snow was more intent upon its purpose, no pelting rain less open to entreaty. Foul weather didn't know where to have him. The heaviest rain and snow and hail and sleet could boast of the advantage over him in only one respect. They often came down handsomely, and Scrooge never did. Nobody ever stopped him in the street to say, with gladsome looks, "My dear Scrooge, how are you? When will you come to see me?" No beggars implored him to bestow a trifle. No children asked him what it was o'clock. No man or woman ever once in all his life inquired the way to such and such a place of Scrooge. Even the blind men's dogs appeared to know him, and when they saw him coming on, would tug their owners into doorways and up courts, and then would wag their tails as though they said, "No eye at all is better than an evil one, dark master." But what did Scrooge care? It was the very thing he liked. To edge his way along the crowded paths of life, warning all human sympathy to keep its distance, was what the knowing ones call nuts to Scrooge. Once upon a time, of all the good days in the year, on Christmas Eve, old Scrooge sat busy in his counting-house. It was cold, bleak, biting weather, foggy withal, and he could hear the people in the court outside go wheezing up and down, beating their hands upon their breasts, and stamping their feet upon the pavement stones to warm them. The city clocks had only just gone 3, but it was quite dark already. It had not been light all day, and candles were flaring in the windows of the neighboring offices like ruddy smears upon the palpable brown air. The fog came pouring in at every chink and keyhole, and was so dense without that although the court was of the narrowest, the houses opposite were mere phantoms. To see the dingy cloud come drooping down, obscuring everything, one might have thought that nature lived hard by and was brewing on a large scale. The door of Scrooge's counting-house was open, that he might keep his eye upon his clerk, who, in a dismal little cell beyond, a sort of tank, was copying letters. Scrooge had a very small fire, but the clerk's fire was so much smaller that it looked like one coal. But he couldn't replenish it, for Scrooge kept the coal-box in his own room, and so surely as the clerk came in with the shovel, the master predicted that it would be necessary for them to part. Wherefore the clerk put on his white comforter, and tried to warm himself at the candle, in which effort, not being a man of a strong imagination, he failed. "A Merry Christmas, uncle! God save you!" cried a cheerful voice. It was the voice of Scrooge's nephew, who came upon him so quickly that this was the first intimation he had of his approach. "Bah!" said Scrooge. "Humbug!" He had so heated himself with his rapid walking in the fog and frost, this nephew of Scrooge's, that he was all in a glow. His face was ruddy and handsome, his eyes sparkled, and his breath smoked again. "Christmas a humbug, uncle?" said Scrooge's nephew. "You don't mean that, I am sure." "I do," said Scrooge. "Merry Christmas! What right have you to be merry? What reason have you to be merry? You're poor enough." "Oh, come then," returned the nephew gaily. "What right have you to be dismal? What reason have you to be morose? You're rich enough." Scrooge, having no better answer ready on the spur of the moment, said, "Bah!" again, and followed it up with "Humbug!" "Don't be cross, uncle," said the nephew. "Oh, what else can I be," returned the uncle, "when I live in such a world of fools as this? Merry Christmas! Out upon Merry Christmas! What's Christmas time to you but a time for paying bills without money? A time for finding yourself a year older, but not an hour richer? A time for balancing your books and having every item in 'em through a round dozen of months presented dead against you? If I could work my will," said Scrooge indignantly, "every idiot who goes about with 'Merry Christmas' on his lips should be boiled with his own pudding, and buried with a stake of holly through his heart. He should." "Uncle!" pleaded the nephew. "Nephew!" returned the uncle sternly. "Keep Christmas in your own way, and let me keep it in mine." "Keep it?" repeated Scrooge's nephew. "But you don't keep it." "Let me leave it alone, then," said Scrooge. "Much good may it do you? Much good has it ever done you?" "There are many things from which I might have derived good, by which I have not profited, I dare say," returned the nephew. "Christmas among the rest. But I am sure I have always thought of Christmas time, when it has come round, apart from the veneration due its sacred name and origin, if anything belonging to it can be apart from that, as a good time, a kind, forgiving, charitable, pleasant time. The only time I know of, in the long calendar of the year, when men and women seem by one consent to open their shut-up hearts freely, and to think of people below them as if they really were fellow-passengers to the grave, and not another race of creatures bound on other journeys. And therefore, uncle, though it has never put a scrap of gold or silver in my pocket, I believe that it has done me good, and will do me good, and I say, God bless it." The clerk in the tank involuntarily applauded. Becoming immediately sensible of the impropriety, he poked the fire, and extinguished the last frail spark forever. "Let me hear another sound from you," said Scrooge, "and you'll keep your Christmas by losing your situation. You're quite a powerful speaker, sir," he added, turning to his nephew. "I wonder you don't go into Parliament." "Don't be angry, uncle. Come, dine with us tomorrow." Scrooge said that he would see him. Yes, indeed, he did. He went the whole length of the expression, and said that he would see him in that extremity first. "But why?" cried Scrooge's nephew. "Why?" "Why did you get married?" said Scrooge. "Because I fell in love." "Because you fell in love," growled Scrooge, as if that were the only one thing in the world more ridiculous than a Merry Christmas. "Good afternoon." "Nay, uncle, but you never came to see me before that happened. Why give it as a reason for not coming now?" "Good afternoon," said Scrooge. "I want nothing from you. I ask nothing of you. Why cannot we be friends?" "Good afternoon," said Scrooge. "I am sorry, with all my heart, to find you so resolute. We have never had any quarrel to which I have been a party, but I have made the trial in homage to Christmas, and I'll keep my Christmas humor to the last. So, a Merry Christmas, uncle." "Good afternoon," said Scrooge, "and a Happy New Year." "Good afternoon," said Scrooge. His nephew left the room without an angry word notwithstanding. He stopped at the outer door to bestow the greetings of the season on the clerk, who, cold as he was warmer than Scrooge, for he returned them cordially. "Here's another fellow," muttered Scrooge, who overheard him. "My clerk with 15 shillings a week, and a wife and family, talking about a Merry Christmas. I'll retire to Bedlam." This lunatic, in letting Scrooge's nephew out, had let 2 other people in. They were portly gentlemen, pleasant to behold, and now stood with their hats off in Scrooge's office. They had books and papers in their hands, and bowed to him. "Scrooge and Marley's, I believe," said one of the gentlemen, referring to his list. "Have I the pleasure of addressing Mr. Scrooge or Mr. Marley?" "Mr. Marley has been dead these 7 years," Scrooge replied. "He died 7 years ago, this very night." "We have no doubt his liberality is well represented by his surviving partner," said the gentleman, presenting his credentials. It certainly was, for they had been 2 kindred spirits. At the ominous word liberality, Scrooge frowned, and shook his head, and handed the credentials back. "At this festive season of the year, Mr. Scrooge," said the gentleman, taking up a pen, "it is more than usually desirable that we should make some slight provision for the poor and destitute, who suffer greatly at the present time. Many thousands are in want of common necessaries. Hundreds of thousands are in want of common comforts, sir." "Are there no prisons?" asked Scrooge. "Oh, plenty of prisons," said the gentleman, laying down the pen again. "And the Union workhouses," demanded Scrooge, "are they still in operation?" "They are still," returned the gentleman. "I wish I could say they were not." "The treadmill and the poor law are in full vigor, then?" said Scrooge. "Both very busy, sir." "Ah! I was afraid, from what you said at first, that something had occurred to stop them in their useful course," said Scrooge. "I'm very glad to hear it." "Under the impression that they scarcely furnish Christian cheer of mind or body to the multitude," returned the gentleman, "a few of—"
I'm going to pause this for a second. It two things. So, number one, if you're listening along to the story, when you're listening to the story, is there a particular version that like you're visualizing in your head? Like, is there a particular movie version? Are you seeing like a Muppets Christmas? Like, is it flashes and mixes of all of the different interpretations? I'm curious. Let me know that in the chat. Well, I'm taking a moment. We had like 15 whole minutes of drawing, and now I'm back to talking. Good thing I scheduled like 6 hours for today. Okay. So I just want to let you know, LF, I see the Santa's yearbook. Mickey's? I don't remember Mickey's too much. I think I should rewatch that one. But LF, I see that you took the Santa's yearbook. There's only one per stream for those because, you know, drawing them up is a little good bit of work. And I don't want to like overdo it on the free ones. I tend to undersell myself, and I like learned some lesson this year. I've learned some lessons this year. I can't be so giving. Like I'm still gonna be giving. I'm still gonna do it in a way that's me, but like I have to just make sure I'm not giving away the store. Like, you know what I mean? Literally. Anyway, LF. I'm gonna make myself a note. But the thing is, I have to decide what I want, what you're bringing to the party. Like, it's just going to be loosely inspired on you. But the main thing, like, before I can figure out, like, what the pose is or anything else, like, I have to figure out what you're bringing to the party. Thank you, anonymous gifter. And also, sorry, like sound alerts aren't going to be working right now. I'm sorry. I haven't figured out how to do that sort of thing on here yet. Well, I don't know if you've seen the other ones, but let's see. We've got me with lights. We've got OA is bringing giant pickle ornaments. Hellbound is bringing Emma and an avocado guitar bass thing. I don't know what it is, but that's the thing I drew. And then Shy is bringing the dragon because Shy loves cosplay. So like Shy's got to ride in on the dragon, and now there's accidental lore about that over on Twitch. But I'm gonna make myself a note that you redeem that. It's the same thing I did with the Nomies. It's either you get the free bits one or it's the 1,000 bits, and then you'll get drawn as an elf. And after after we finish this like first act of A Christmas Carol, we will. I can take a break and I can grab the iPad and I can put it like under the camera. I haven't tested if I can connect it to the streaming software yet. I don't know how that would work. We would have to see. Anyway, I'm going to apologies over on Twitch because like I have a few more stream element things I need to like figure out and overlays and all of that stuff. Use the same judgment that chat comes uses. Nothing could go wrong that way. Yeah. Yeah. There are alerts and other things that can happen on here. I just haven't been able to have time to set them up yet. So I'm just monitoring everything all in one. Just a reminder, because today, now that I'm talking, I'm going to try not to talk for a while, but just a reminder today, we're putting a sticker up for every sale. I really want to try and get to 10 today. If we get to 10, we'll do an extra giveaway. If we don't get to 10, everyone who purchases gets entered to get a custom character drawing, but that'll be like a New Year delivery thing. Like I'll deliver, we'll talk about it after the holidays. After we get through the elves. Now I gotta figure out what LF's bringing to the party. Thanks to whoever just did the anonymous sub over to Susan. And thanks for everybody that is hanging out on Twitch, Instagram, YouTube, and Facebook. Not on Facebook. Facebook isn't going anywhere right now. Anyway. Doing orders today. Even if you only have like $1, you can do a heart drop to the public, and I will leave a sticker out in public for free for someone to find to make a random act of kindness if you choose the heARTwork option. Thank you, everyone that's hanging out. Thank you to everyone that's purchased. We're going to get back to the spirit of Christmas. All 3 of them. I gotta watch Mickey's version again because I don't remember too much of it.
Of us are endeavoring to raise a fund to buy the poor some meat and drink and means of warmth. We choose this time because it is a time, of all others, when want is keenly felt and abundance rejoices. What shall we put you down for? Nothing, Scrooge replied. Ah, you wish to remain anonymous? I wish to be left alone, said Scrooge. Since you ask me what I wish, gentlemen, that is my answer. I don't make merry myself at Christmas, and I can't afford to make idle people merry. I help to support the establishments I have mentioned. They cost enough, and those who are badly off must go there. Many can't go there, and many would rather die. If they would rather die, said Scrooge, they had better do it, and decrease the surplus population. Besides, excuse me, I don't know that. But you might know it, observed the gentleman. It's not my business, Scrooge returned. It's enough for a man to understand his own business, and not to interfere with other people's. Mine occupies me constantly. Good afternoon, gentlemen. Seeing clearly that it would be useless to pursue their point, the gentlemen withdrew. Scrooge resumed his labours with an improved opinion of himself, and in a more facetious temper than was usual with him. Meanwhile the fog and darkness thickened so that people ran about with flaring links, offering their services to go before horses in carriages, and conduct them on their way. The ancient tower of a church, whose gruff old bell was always peeping slyly down at Scrooge out of a Gothic window in the wall, became invisible, and struck the hours and quarters in the clouds, with tremulous vibrations afterward, as if its teeth were chattering in its frozen head up there. The cold became intense. In the main street, at the corner of the court, some labourers were repairing the gas-pipes, and had lighted a great fire in a brazier, round which a party of ragged men and boys were gathered, warming their hands and winking their eyes before the blaze in rapture. The water-plug being left in solitude, its overflowings sullenly congealed, and turned to misanthropic ice. The brightness of the shops, where holly sprigs and berries crackled in the lamp heat of the windows, made pale faces ruddy as they passed. Poulterers' and grocers' trades became a splendid joke, a glorious pageant with which it was next to impossible to believe that such dull principles as bargain and sale had anything to do. The Lord Mayor, in the stronghold of the mighty mansion-house, gave orders to his 50 cooks and butlers to keep Christmas as a Lord Mayor's household should, and even the little tailor, whom he had fined 5 shillings on the previous Monday for being drunk and bloodthirsty in the streets, stirred up tomorrow's pudding in his garret, while his lean wife and the baby sallied out to buy the beef. Foggier yet and colder, piercing, searching, biting cold. If the good St. Dunstan had but nipped the evil spirit's nose with a touch of such weather as that, instead of using his familiar weapons, then indeed he would have roared to lusty purpose. The owner of one scant young nose, gnawed and mumbled by the hungry cold, as bones are gnawed by dogs, stooped down at Scrooge's keyhole to regale him with a Christmas carol. But at the first sound of "God bless you, merry gentlemen, may nothing you dismay," Scrooge seized the ruler with such energy of action that the singer fled in terror, leaving the keyhole to the fog, and even more congenial frost. At length the hour of shutting up the counting-house arrived. With an ill will Scrooge dismounted from his stool, and tacitly admitted the fact to the expectant clerk in the tank, who instantly snuffed his candle out and put on his hat. "You'll want all day tomorrow, I suppose?" said Scrooge. "If quite convenient, sir." "It's not convenient," said Scrooge, "and it's not fair. If I was to stop 1/2-crown for it, you'd think yourself ill-used, I'll be bound." The clerk smiled faintly. "And yet," said Scrooge, "you don't think me ill-used when I pay a day's wages for no work." The clerk observed that it was only once a year. "A poor excuse for picking a man's pocket every 25th of December," said Scrooge, buttoning his greatcoat to the chin. "But I suppose you must have the whole day." "Be here all the earlier," next morning. The clerk promised that he would, and Scrooge walked out with a growl. The office was closed in a twinkling, and the clerk, with the long ends of his white comforter dangling below his waist, for he boasted no greatcoat, went down a slide-on Cornhill at the end of a lane of boys 20 times, in honor of its being Christmas Eve, and then ran home to Camden Town as hard as he could pelt, to play at blindman's buff. Scrooge took his melancholy dinner in his usual melancholy tavern, and having read all the newspapers, and beguiled the rest of the evening with his banker's book, went home to bed. He lived in chambers which had once belonged to his deceased partner. They were a gloomy suite of rooms in a lowering pile of building up a yard, where it had so little business to be, that one could scarcely help fancying it must have run there when it was a young house, playing at hide-and-seek with other houses, and forgotten the way out again. It was old enough now, and dreary enough, for nobody lived in it but Scrooge, the other rooms being all let out as offices. The yard was so dark that even Scrooge, who knew its every stone, was fain to grope with his hands. The fog and frost so hung about the black old gateway of the house that it seemed as if the genius of the weather sat in mournful meditation on the threshold. Now it is a fact that there was nothing at all particular about the knocker on the door, except that it was very large. It was also a fact that Scrooge had seen it night and morning during his whole residence in that place. Also that Scrooge had as little of what is called fancy about him as any man in the city of London, even including, which is a bold word, the corporation, aldermen, and livery. Let it also be borne in mind that Scrooge had not bestowed one thought on Marley since his last mention of his 7 years dead partner that afternoon. And then let any man explain to me, if he can, how it happened that Scrooge, having his key in the lock of the door, saw in the knocker, without its undergoing any intermediate process of change, not a knocker, but Marley's face. Marley's face! It was not in impenetrable shadow, as the other objects in the yard were, but had a dismal light about it, like a bad lobster in a dark cellar. It was not angry or ferocious, but looked at Scrooge as Marley used to look, with ghostly spectacles turned up on his ghostly forehead. The hair was curiously stirred, as if by breath or hot air, and though the eyes were wide open, they were perfectly motionless. That and its livid color made it horrible, but its horror seemed to be in spite of the face and beyond its control, rather than a part of its own expression. As Scrooge looked fixedly at this phenomenon, it was a knocker again. To say that he was not startled, or that his blood was not conscious of a terrible sensation to which it had been a stranger from infancy, would be untrue. But he put his hand upon the key he had relinquished, turned it sturdily, walked in, and lighted his candle. He did pause, with a moment's irresolution, before he shut the door, and he did look cautiously behind it first, as if he half expected to be terrified with the sight of Marley's pigtail sticking out into the hall. But there was nothing on the back of the door except the screws and nuts that held the knocker on. So he said, "Pooh, pooh," and closed it with a bang. The sound resounded through the house like thunder. Every room above, and every cask in the wine merchant's cellars below, appeared to have a separate peal of echoes of its own. Scrooge.
What? We gotta check the things and the stuff. Oh my gosh. Thank you. Van Goat is the way to goat. Da, 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 da. Could go in that direction. Da, 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 da. Thank you so much. I'd love to see it. I appreciate you so very much. I don't think you have any idea. All the love. Yay. Huzzah. All right, so we are up to 4. If we get one more, we might have to do a giveaway. Everyone that buys is going to be entered for the character drawing commission from me. But if we hit like certain milestones, and like give her a bag that wasn't corporate branding and like the look of the print on the bag. Depending on which bag, it may have a sticker or a like a thing inside saying where I got the bag. Because they do like to put their branding, but it won't be exterior. But yay! I'm glad Van Goat is going to a home. And the Morrigan. And again, it might be Morrigan. I don't know. I think the Morrigan. The Morrigan. The Morrigan, like, I like studying all these different mythologies and stuff, and I really enjoy drawing them. And I try to put, like, a lot of detail, like a lot of little decisions about everything. And I really like that one. I like her feather dress, since she can turn into a bird and everything. And I tried to put like her symbol on her belt buckle and like lots of little things. I like the little details. And I like that one. I just realized you can't see that anymore. Thank you so very much once again. If we get one more, we'll do a giveaway. Let's get back to A Christmas Carol. But also, like with the little interruptions, it's like helping me get used to this, reminding me to like swap out the tickers every so often. All of that jazz. Getting ready to host Secular Solstice coming up. I'm quite excited. We have 9 signed up again, which means I don't have to recode the game board. I can just, and I don't have to redo graphics for the game board. Because we do have like a visual representation of the game on screen, and that like you can, hopefully most people, works on most computers, where you can like drag stuff around. I'm limited in what I can code, so like I'll try, but it's all good. I'm gonna switch back over here. We're gonna switch back over here and get back to A Christmas Carol. And thank you so much again. Exactly, Reggie. Exactly. But thank you so much. And I appreciate that you picked that one. I was actually pretty proud of how the Inktober series turned out. And like I said, it made me think about my digital process and how to like switch that up a little. Aw, thanks, Shy. And thank you, Anonymous Gifter, over on Twitch, gifting a sub to shy. I'm trying so hard to like make sure I'm keeping an eye on all the chats and things. And like I said, I appreciate. Next time I might have to cut Facebook out because I will stream if it's just for 1 or 2 people, but for 0 people, I don't know. I don't know about Facebook. Woo woo. Okay. Let's get back to A Christmas Carol. Thanks again so much, Lovely Beans. Appreciate y'all for everything. I appreciate everyone that's just here giving me lurk time. Hopefully it'll like let the algorithm know. All the love. Let's get back to it.
Scrooge was not a man to be frightened by echoes. He fastened the door and walked across the hall and up the stairs, slowly, too, trimming his candle as he went. You may talk vaguely about driving a coach and 6 up a good old flight of stairs, or through a bad young Act of Parliament, but I mean to say you might have got a hearse up that staircase, and taken it broadwise, with a splinter bar towards the wall and the door towards the balustrades, and done it easy. There was plenty of width for that, and room to spare, which is perhaps the reason why Scrooge thought he saw a locomotive hearse going on before him in the gloom. Half a dozen gas lamps out of the street wouldn't have lighted the entry too well, so you may suppose that it was pretty dark with Scrooge's dip. Up Scrooge went, not caring a button for that. Darkness is cheap, and Scrooge liked it. But before he shut his heavy door, he walked through his rooms to see that all was right. He had just enough recollection of the face to desire to do that. Sitting-room, bedroom, lumber-room, all as they should be. Nobody under the table, nobody under the sofa, a small fire in the grate, spoon and basin ready, and the little saucepan of gruel (Scrooge had a cold in his head) upon the hob. Nobody under the bed, nobody in the closet, nobody in his dressing-gown, which was hanging up in a suspicious attitude against the wall. Lumber-room as usual. Old fire-guard, old shoes, 2 fish-baskets, washing-stand on 3 legs, and a poker. Quite satisfied, he closed his door, and locked himself in, double-locked himself in, which was not his custom. Thus secured against surprise, he took off his cravat, put on his dressing-gown and slippers and his nightcap, and sat down before the fire to take his gruel. It was a very low fire indeed, nothing on such a bitter night. He was obliged to sit close to it and brood over it before he could extract the least sensation of warmth from such a handful of fuel. The fireplace was an old one, built by some Dutch merchant long ago, and paved all round with quaint Dutch tiles, designed to illustrate the Scriptures. There were Cains and Abels, Pharaoh's daughters, queens of Sheba, angelic messengers descending through the air on clouds like feather-beds, Abrahams, Belshazzars, apostles pulling off to sea in butter-boats, hundreds of figures to attract his thoughts. And yet that face of Marley, 7 years dead, came like the ancient prophet's rod and swallowed up the whole. If each smooth tile had been a blank at first, with power to shape some picture on its surface from the disjointed fragments of his thoughts, there would have been a copy of old Marley's head on every one. "Humbug!" said Scrooge, and walked across the room. After several turns he sat down again. As he threw his head back in the chair, his glance happened to rest upon a bell, a disused bell that hung in the room and communicated for some purpose now forgotten with a chamber in the highest story of the building. It was with great astonishment, and with a strange inexplicable dread, that as he looked he saw this bell begin to swing. It swung so softly in the outset that it scarcely made a sound. But soon it rang out loudly, and so did every bell in the house. This might have lasted half a minute or a minute, but it seemed an hour. The bells ceased as they had begun, together. They were succeeded by a clanking noise, deep down below, as if some person were dragging a heavy chain over the casks in the wine merchant's cellar. Scrooge then remembered to have heard that ghosts in haunted houses were described as dragging chains. The cellar door flew open with a booming sound, and then he heard the noise much louder on the floors below, then coming up the stairs, then coming straight towards his door. "Ah, it's humbug still," said Scrooge. "I won't believe it." His colour changed, though, when, without a pause, it came on through the heavy door, and passed into the room before his eyes. Upon its coming in, the dying flame leaped up, as though it cried, "I know him! Marley's ghost!" and fell again. The same face, the very same. Marley in his pigtail, usual waistcoat, tights, and boots, the tassels on the latter bristling, like his pigtail in his coat-skirts, and the hair upon his head. The chain he drew was clasped about his middle. It was long, and wound about him like a tail, and it was made, for Scrooge observed it closely, of cash-boxes, keys, padlocks, ledgers, deeds, and heavy purses, wrought in steel. His body was transparent, so that Scrooge, observing him, and looking through his waistcoat, could see the 2 buttons on his coat behind. Scrooge had often heard it said that Marley had no bowels, but he had never believed it until now. Nor did he believe it even now, though he looked the phantom through and through, and saw it standing before him, though he felt the chilling influence of its death-cold eyes, and marked the very texture of the folded kerchief bound about its head and chin, which wrapper he had not observed before, he was still incredulous, and fought against his senses. "How now?" said Scrooge, caustic and cold as ever. "What do you want with me?" "March." Marley's voice, no doubt about it. "Who are you?" "Ask me who I was." "Who were you, then?" said Scrooge, raising his voice. "You're particular for a shade." He was going to say "to a shade," but substituted this as more appropriate. "In life I was your partner, Jacob Marley." Can you sit down?" asked Scrooge, looking doubtfully at him. "I can." "Do it, then." Scrooge asked the question because he didn't know whether a ghost so transparent might find himself in a condition to take a chair, and felt that in the event of its being impossible, it might involve the necessity of an embarrassing explanation. But the ghost sat down on the opposite side of the fireplace, as if he were quite used to it. "You don't believe in me," observed the ghost. "I don't," said Scrooge. "What evidence would you have of my reality beyond that of your senses?" "I don't know," said Scrooge. "Why do you doubt your senses?" "Because," said Scrooge, "a little thing affects them. A slight disorder of the stomach makes them cheats. You may be an undigested bit of beef, a blot of mustard, a crumb of cheese, a fragment of an underdone potato. There's more of gravy than of grave about you, whatever you are." Scrooge was not much in the habit of cracking jokes, nor did he feel in his heart by any means waggish then. The truth is that he tried to be smart, as a means of distracting his own attention and keeping down his terror, for the spectre's voice disturbed the very marrow in his bones. To sit staring at those fixed glazed eyes in silence for a moment would play, Scrooge felt, the very deuce with him. There was something very awful, too, in the spectre's being provided with an infernal atmosphere of its own. Scrooge could not feel it himself, but this was clearly the case. For though the ghost sat perfectly motionless, its hair and skirts and tassels were still agitated, as by the hot vapour from an oven. "You see this toothpick?" said Scrooge, returning quickly to the charge for the reason just assigned, and wishing, though it were only for a second, to divert the vision's stony gaze from himself. "I do," replied the ghost. "You are not looking at it," said Scrooge. "But I see it," said the ghost, "notwithstanding." "Well," returned Scrooge, "I have but to swallow this, and be for the rest of my days persecuted by a legion of goblins, all of my own creation. Humbug, I tell you, humbug!" At this the spirit raised a frightful cry, and shook its chain with such a dismal and appalling noise that Scrooge held on tight to his chair to save himself from falling in a swoon. But how much greater was his horror when the phantom, taking off the bandage round its head, as if it were too warm to wear indoors, its lower jaw dropped down upon its breast. Scrooge fell upon his knees, and clasped his hands before his face. "Mercy!" he said. "Dreadful apparition! Why do you trouble me?" "Man of the worldly mind," replied the ghost, "do you believe in me or not?" "I do," said Scrooge. "I must. But why do spirits walk the earth, and why do they come to me?" "It is required of every man," the ghost returned, "that the spirit within him should walk abroad among his fellow men, and travel far and wide. And if that spirit goes not forth in life, it is condemned to do so after death. It is doomed to wander through the world. Woe is me! And witness what it cannot share, but might have shared on earth and turned to happiness." Again the spectre raised a cry, and shook its chain and wrung its shadowy hands. "You are fettered," said Scrooge, trembling. "Tell me why." "I wear the chain I forged in life," replied the ghost. "I made it, link by link and yard by yard. I girded it on of my own free will, and of my own free will I wore it. Is its pattern strange to you?" Scrooge trembled more and more. "Or would you know," pursued the ghost, "the weight and length of the strong coil you bear yourself? It was full as heavy and long as this 7 Christmas Eves ago. You have labored on it since. It is a ponderous chain." Scrooge glanced about him on the floor, in the expectation of finding himself surrounded by some 50 or 60 fathoms of iron cable.
Okay, so you go over to the shop, and you can't do it with this one because this one's out of stock. But you go over to the shop and you click add to cart. And then right here under shipping, you should have an option for, if you are in my area, I'll deliver it to you in person. If you're in the Summerville, South Carolina, like immediate area, the heARTdrop is the gift to the community. And then the standard UPS shipping is the default. So you would have to change the shipping there. Does that make sense? Does that answer questions? Yeah, my internet's moving slow. I think it's a little mad at me. But no, one person has done a heARTdrop shipping one time. Like in the entire time I started offering it, like one person has done it one time. But I still really like the idea of like promoting art to like go out into the public. It's not completely for free, but like, are you doing it on a computer? Like, I don't see any reason why you shouldn't be getting that. Someone else, even if you're not going to buy anything, can you like go over to my shop and put something in the cart anyway, just to see if you can get to that? We're just going to click on this because it's what we're buying. You know what? You know what? There's another magic trick in here that I'll show y'all while I'm here. It's the deal up at the top there. Come on, internet. I know you're not too very happy with me. There's so much happening. Oh my gosh. Can someone else please like test that, please? Much appreciated. So you got the mystery packs right there. And you're sitting at 4 of them. And then it's so mad at me. It's so slow. I hope things are still coming through because it's so slow. Anyway. Once you hit 5, like that's what the deal drops to for those. But yeah, there should be a shipping option when you're checking out. And you can also add a note if you don't have Somerville area. I wonder if this one is like somehow limited by Zip code? I don't know. Can anyone else let me know if they are able to access the shipping option? Also, thank you. I don't know what you're talking about, but thank you. um, hmm. All right. Let's check in on the puzzle real quick. It's gonna give me an ad. There's a border in on the puzzle. There's a border in over there. You can do this totally anonymously, by the way. Like, you don't have to log in or make an account or anything. You just like click the link and you go in there. And a lot of the places it's pinned. The only place it's not pinned is over on Twitch. So you can just let someone know in the chat and we'll give you the link. I don't know, Reggie. I'll have to look into that and see if other people have the same issue. And thank you, Desiccated Interrobang. I hope everyone that's hanging out is doing well. And thank you again for hanging out with me. Even if you like can't buy anything from the shop, you still are giving me support and assistance by just hanging out and giving me the views that'll help tell the algorithms that, like, yeah, people want to see this and all that jazz. You know what I mean? You know what I'm saying? I don't know. I will look into that, Reggie. That's weird. The only thing I can think of is maybe it's a zip code restriction, and that shouldn't be. So I will have to go look at that. This stuff's so fun. See, I definitely don't need a box of spiders. I have so many spider webs of things. Anyway, let's do a little bit more on this. There's about 10 minutes left to this chapter. Let's keep going. I really do love this narrator. And that's another thing I keep always wanting to say. This is a website called LibriVox, and it's all free audiobooks in the public domain. I love about it. I say things about it everywhere. And I've come to know like narrators by name because it's all volunteers that read it, and everything is in the public domain. So we listen to a lot of stuff on my streams. Not all the time, but we've listened to, like, I don't know, a good 15 or so books. And each Christmas I like to do Christmas Carol, and then on Halloween we usually do an Edgar Allan Poe night, or Grimm's fairy tales and stuff. Oh, good. So LibriVox. I love LibriVox. Free audiobooks, public domain, read by volunteers. It's great. Love this site. Highly recommend it. They don't pay me or anything. All right, wrong one again. There we go.
But he could see nothing. "Jacob," he said imploringly. "Old Jacob Marley, tell me more. Speak comfort to me, Jacob." "I have none to give," the ghost replied. "It comes from other regions, Ebenezer Scrooge, and is conveyed by other ministers to other kinds of men. Nor can I tell you what I would. A very little more is permitted to me. I cannot rest, I cannot stay, I cannot linger anywhere. My spirit never walked beyond our counting-house. Mark me. In life, my spirit never roved beyond the narrow limits of our money-changing hole, and weary journeys lie before me." It was a habit with Scrooge, whenever he became thoughtful, to put his hands in his breeches pockets. Pondering on what the ghost had said, he did so now, but without lifting up his eyes or getting off his knees. "You must have been very slow about it, Jacob," Scrooge observed, in a businesslike manner, though with humility and deference. "Slow?" the ghost repeated. "7 years dead," mused Scrooge, "and travelling all the time." "The whole time," said the ghost. "No rest, no peace, incessant torture of remorse." "You travel fast?" said Scrooge. "On the wings of the wind," replied the ghost. "You might have got over a great quantity of ground in 7 years," said Scrooge. The ghost, on hearing this, set up another cry, and clanked its chain so hideously in the dead silence of the night that the ward would have been justified in indicting it for a nuisance. "Oh, captive, bound, and double-ironed," cried the phantom, "not to know that ages of incessant labor by immortal creatures for this earth must pass into eternity, for the good of which it is susceptible is all developed. Not to know that any Christian spirit working kindly in its little sphere, whatever it may be, will find its mortal life too short for its vast means of usefulness. Not to know that no space of regret can make amends for one life's opportunity misused. Yet such was I. Oh, such was I." "But you were always a good man of business, Jacob," faltered Scrooge, who now began to apply this to himself. "Business!" cried the ghost, wringing his hands again. "Mankind was my business. The common welfare was my business. Charity, mercy, forbearance, and benevolence were all my business. The dealings of my trade were but a drop of water in the comprehensive ocean of my business." It held up its chain at arm's length, as if that were the cause of all its unavailing grief, and flung it heavily upon the ground again. "At this time of the rolling year," the spectre said, "I suffer most. Why did I walk through the crowds of fellow beings with my eyes turned down, and never raise them to that blessed star which led the wise men to a poor abode? Were there no poor homes to which its light would have conducted me?" Scrooge was very dismayed to hear the spectre go on at this rate, and began to quake exceedingly. "Hear me," cried the ghost. "My time is nearly gone." I will," said Scrooge. "But don't be hard upon me. Don't be flowery, Jacob. Pray, how it is that I appear before you in a shape that you can see, I may not tell. I have sat invisible beside you many and many a day. It was not an agreeable idea. Scrooge shivered, and wiped the perspiration from his brow. That is no light part of my penance, pursued the ghost. I am here tonight to warn you that you have yet a chance and hope of escaping my fate. A chance and hope of my procuring, Ebenezer. You were always a good friend to
Hi,
me,
baby.
said Scrooge. Thank ye. You will be haunted, resumed the ghost, by 3 spirits. Scrooge's countenance fell, almost as low as the ghost's had done. Is that the chance and hope you mentioned, Jacob? He demanded, in a faltering voice. It is. I think I'd rather not, said Scrooge. Without their visits, said the ghost, you cannot hope to shun the path I tread. Expect the first tomorrow, when the bell tolls 1. Couldn't I take them all at once and have it over, Jacob? Hinted Scrooge. Expect the second on the next night, at the same hour. The third upon the next night, when the last stroke of 12 has ceased to vibrate. Look to see me no more, and look that for your own sake you remember what has passed between us. When it had said these words, the spectre took its wrapper from the table and bound it round its head as before. Scrooge knew this by the smart sound its teeth made when the jaws were brought together by the bandage. He ventured to raise his eyes again, and found his supernatural visitor confronting him in an erect attitude, with its chain wound over and about its arm. The apparition walked backward from him, and at every step it took the window raised itself a little, so that when the spectre reached it, it was wide open. It beckoned Scrooge to approach, which he did. When they were within 2 paces of each other, Marley's ghost held up its hand, warning him to come no nearer. Scrooge stopped, not so much in obedience as in surprise and fear, for on the raising of the hand he became sensible of confused noises in the air, incoherent sounds of lamentation and regret, wailing, inexpressibly sorrowful and self-accusatory. The spectre, after listening for a moment, joined in the mournful dirge, and floated out upon the bleak, dark night. Scrooge followed to the window, desperate in his curiosity. He looked out. The air was filled with phantoms, wandering hither and thither in restless haste, and moaning as they went. Every one of them wore chains like Marley's ghost. Some few, it might be guilty governments, were linked together. None were free. Many had been personally known to Scrooge in their lives. He had been quite familiar with one old ghost, in a white waistcoat, with a monstrous iron safe attached to his ankle, who cried piteously at being unable to assist a wretched woman with an infant, whom it saw below upon a doorstep. The misery with them all was, clearly, that they sought to interfere for good in human matters, and had lost the power forever. Whether these creatures faded into mist, or mist enshrouded them, he could not tell. But they and their spirit voices faded together, and the night became as it had been when he walked home. Scrooge closed the window and examined the door by which the ghost had entered. It was double-locked, as he had locked it with his own hands, and the bolts were undisturbed. He tried to say, "Humbug," but stopped at the first syllable. and being, from the emotion he had undergone, or the fatigues of the day, or his glimpse of the invisible world, or the dull conversation of the ghost, or the lateness of the hour, much need of repose, went straight to bed without undressing, and fell asleep upon the instant. End of stave 1.
End of stave 1. Hey, hi, still here. Could be your signature that I didn't know I was missing a detail. No, I know I wasn't missing a detail. No, like I trust you when you say that, and especially, but I can't figure out why. But especially showing you and you telling me you don't have that, I totally believe you. I'm just trying to figure out why. The other option is if you don't mind, if you're doing something like stickers or whatever, and you do it and you pay the shipping as like a tip, but you write in the, do you have, okay, actually, do you have the order note option even? Ready? Do you even have that? Because maybe you don't have that either. Mm-mm-mm. But yeah, do you even have the option to put in a note? We're going to continue on with more staves of A Christmas Carol. But I want to finish this round. Only a single choice for shipping for me also, and only after almost fully placing the order, I had to enter in all details to get the drop down, including shipping deeds. Huh. Well, this is very good to know. Thank you for the feedback, so I know what to fix. Yeah, if you don't mind, like, giving the shipping cost, like, as a tip, and you write in the note that you want it to be a heARTdrop, like, I will absolutely honor that, but I do like to have the paper trail. Like, I do like to trust everybody on one hand, but, like, until I work it out, that's only for, like, people I trust that have been ordering from me, like, because some people will do craziness. But yeah, that's the only way around it. Like, if you do want to do that, that's the only way around it I can think of without me going into the system and figuring out what spider is crawling around in there that needs to be fixed or moved or rewebbed somewhere else or whatever. That's the only way around it. Then apologies. See, this is why I was working on stuff late last night. Because there's just so much stuff to do. There's so many little details. And then there's so much stuff it wants you to do with like SEO so that Google can pick up your stuff and all of that jazz. You know what I mean? Not seeing a place to note before payment either. What? Was a bit. It doesn't look like a drop down to me. I just know it was one because I saw you doing it. Huh. On first enter card, there is an add a note under enter a promo code. Yeah, so you could enter it there. But that's for people that like I know who like have ordered with me before. Like you get what you're doing. Like just like make sure you understand what a heARTdrop is. Like make sure you're cool with that before you write that note. But if you put that in the note and you're willing to tip the shipping, like it's just a little extra for me, I'll let that go that way. My first and I appreciate the feedback. It's stuff to consider. That I need to try and make it work a different way. I wish I was a web programmer. Tips, but do the tips help teaching the frilled necked lizards? Do you remember what the frilled necked lizards are trying to do? They're trying to decipher indecipherable things. Yeah, I'm sorry the heARTdrops thing isn't working properly though. Like, see, I was like hanging out in a different stream I'm a mod in, and I was and they were like, "Hey, aren't you streaming a lot tomorrow?" And I was like, "Yeah, and I'm gonna go help a friend with a thing in the morning," which was fun. I had such good laughs. It was like a favorite person of mine to just chill with, and we coffee, and we packed these little bags for people's. Just remember the frilled necklaces. They're trying to decipher an indecipherable script. Oh my goodness. Oh, I need to sit up. This is the problem with long streams, is that like my butt ends up hurting. But yes, we are still, the tips still go to the frilled necked lizards that don't exist. So they were trying to figure out what closed captions were saying. Oh crap. I think I need to take the break. I wanted to finish this round, but Reggie just broke me. Reggie just absolutely broke me. If you don't know, I stream over on Twitch a few nights a week. I draw stuff live, digital, whatever. I still can't find this this stamp, by the way. My closed captions over on my Twitch channel for my streams over there were quite drunk. So it's a running funny theme. And I just want to I just want to take a break because my brain broke a little. Okay. But thank you for asking all the questions and all the feedback. And we'll see what we can do about all that stuff. In the meantime, I don't know if I 1000% love how this one's coming out, but whatever. You try stuff, you have fun. This is kind of like the warm up. And I know it's funny because warm ups are supposed to be shorter than this, but like, I don't know. I want to just, draw for the day. But I'm excited for this Christmasly one. I don't know what colors I'm going to use, but I'm excited for it. Let's see if I can manage, because this will be upside down. No. Yes? Yes, this will be upside down. So let me see if I can write this upside down. I think it's good. I think. I think that's the right direction. I can words. This. Be right back. I want to do a thing. Maybe? Because I need to do a be right back. So maybe I play a little video. If it lets me. Because we're not using enough resources of this computer yet, you know? Huh. This one? This one? Um, this one. Once again, though, I don't know if it's gonna work. I gotta find it again. Damn it. Okay, so I need to do be right back. I need to get up and walk around for a minute. But I want to leave you, and you need to tell me if you can hear this. I'm gonna leave you with like my retrospective video I did, if it works. That way I don't need that. Well, howdy there, lovely internet people. It's HR. I'm back with another video that absolutely no one asked for, but here we are anyway. For the last 10 years, I have been creating displays for a local event called Scarecrows on the Square and its sister event, Christmas on the Square. Over those 10 years, I have created or helped create or directed the creation of a total of 15 displays. I'm not able to participate this year, so I thought it would be a good time you haven't been able to hear me this entire freaking time. Yes, I saw that. We will celebrate and put up another sticker when I get back, but I've been sitting down for like 2 hours. I need to get up. I need to walk around. I don't want to leave you with nothing. So, bad time unintentionally. It's a long day. It's fine. I'm gonna mute this. I'm gonna leave this video. I don't remember how long this video is, but it may be like 10 to 20 minutes. If I come back in when it's still going, I'll give some additional commentary or answer any questions. But this is a retrospective on some events. I make stuff out of trash sometimes. And this is my retrospective. I got sad because I didn't get to do it this year for reasons, sick family and stuff like that. So I made a retrospective and look back at like all my creations. So I'm gonna leave that up for you while I walk away. And also, just because I'm mean, I don't want to forget it. Come on. We're gonna put sticker number 5 up there. And since we got to 5, we're gonna do a giveaway when I get back. WB to the mic. We're gonna leave this here. Thank you so very much, everyone, for all of your support. You have no idea how much I appreciate it. Just your eyes being here, all that jazz. We're gonna come back. We're gonna do some more coloring. We're gonna be here a while. Like, it's a long day. I hope you're drawing. I hope you're relaxing. We also got the puzzle going in the background. But either way, I'm going to kill this camera. To do a retrospective and look back at all the past projects.
So I had a lot of fun finding all of these pictures and thinking back over all these displays. I hope you enjoy. All right, let's start off. We're going to time travel all the way back to 2012, the year that started it all. I was the the administrative director at a local performance theater. And for the first couple of years, I had a main partner who volunteered with the theater who helped me with the creation of these, and also usually some other volunteers that helped with other parts. But in 2012, I did the art. I don't remember why I picked these characters. I think I just liked these characters. But I think I just wanted an excuse to include one of my favorites, which is Phantom of the Opera. And we did face cutouts so people could take pictures with these. We've got Phantom, we've got Gollum, we've got Dorothy, Zombie Dorothy from Wizard of Oz, we've got Frankenstein, and we've got Ash from The Evil Dead, because it is a show. And we did face cutouts so people could take their pictures with these. And we gave each a 3D element. That was mostly my volunteer partner's idea. And everything was awesome. We did some glow in the dark paint, but every single one of these characters had a 3D element. And the square was right across from the theater, so I could see people interacting with the display, and seeing people wander through the displays and interact with them really kicked off my love for this event. And also, we did win first place in the civic category that year. So it really kicked off my love for this event and kept it going for 10 years. Moving on to 2013, this year I had a theme and I went with the hairy scaries of theater. And honestly, again, this was an excuse to get to draw a favorite character. I really wanted to do Sweeney Todd, so everything was kind of built around Sweeney Todd. I again had the same partner helping me and a few other volunteers again. And as of the previous year, I handled the art and she handled just about everything else. And we again gave every character a 3D element, and we used glow in the dark paint. So it was a lot of fun. So we have Cruella de Vil, we have a really creepy Cheshire cat, we've got Sweeney Todd, we've got the Rocky Horror Picture Show, and then finally Medusa. I'm assuming she's in theaters somewhere, but she fit with the theme of hairy scaries of theater, so I went ahead and included that. And again, this is a lot of fun. This is our second year out. And again, I loved watching people interact with this display. And again, we did win first place in the civic category that we were in. Moving on to 2014, this year we actually did the characters from the shows that the theater was putting on that season. And again, this is super fun. All of these are super fun, challenging, but super fun, like watching the idea come from a sketchbook to life. So this one was a little different. The past years we had used like flat boards, and this year we did cutouts. These are life-size cutouts, and we kept some of the characters in the lobby and we put them out front during the actual shows later that year. And the person who was playing Dracula actually asked to take the life-size Dracula cutout home. And this is a lot of fun. So we were doing Dracula, we were doing Sound of Music, we were doing a show called Moonlight and Magnolias, we were doing Little Shop of Horrors, and then a show called The Dearly Departed. And we didn't do 3D interactive stuff this year, but I think we used a little bit of glow in the dark paint on a few of the aspects. Either way, again, so much fun having this come to life. And again, we won for the third year in a row. We won first place in our category. Okay, 2015. This year was absolutely bananas. I had a 2-month-old. I also had started volunteering with the organization that puts on the annual Scarecrows event. So I was co-chairing the entire event and a sister event called Ghost Walk. Um, and I was helping to oversee and plan JSL's Scarecrow, and I was working on the theater's display and overseeing the entire event, all with a 2-month-old. It was bananas. Um, so for the JSL display, that was the beginning of me starting to use recycled elements in these displays. So I had everyone save bottle caps and bring them in, and we made these really cute flowers and had these little things in the flower pots to represent all the various organizations that JSL volunteered for or raised funds for. And we used some fake flowers and some LED lights so it would light up at night. And we had a photo opportunity, and then I gave up a pair of boots and pants for the little JSL Scarecrow lady that was sitting on the bench. So overseeing the event, overseeing this display, and then I also did my last one for the theater. It was the 40th season, and I went crazy with this one and had taken this board flat home, and I drew a representation of the theater. I did accidentally leave off one of the shows in the 40th season because the names were so long, but it featured the opening night and a guy named Cogsworth. There was a painting, and there was this little dude that people started hiding that was this little toy. But I hid so many face masks and emotions and different shows the theater had done over 40 years, little odes to various volunteers, just stuff that I really, really liked. I had a lot of fun and a lot of challenges putting this together, and I honestly ran out of time trying to draw this giant homage to all the shows the theater had done over 40 years. But I did put a lot of Easter eggs in there. But with everything going on, I did run out of time, and I did rush to finish this one. But again, we did get first place for the 4th year in a row for the display, and this was actually the final display that I did for the theater. So that brings us to 2016, and I did not make a scarecrow for Scarecrows on the Square, but I did make my first recycled art display for the new sister event, Christmas on the Square. And this was my first year entering as an individual. And this display really set the direction for all the other displays that I would make from there on out. This is made entirely from soda bottle rope and soda bottle parts and soda bottle caps. And that tree and those flowers, they've been reused multiple times and is still in my backyard after 7 years of use and reuse. And it's finally starting to look a little shabby. So I might finally disassemble it and part with it this year, but we'll see. But yeah, this really set the direction for a lot of the future displays. And if you keep an eye, you'll see different iterations of this tree and the flowers moving forward. Okay, so now we're on to 2017, and this year I began entering as a business, and I honestly consider this one my worst Scarecrows display. It was a good attempt, but it just didn't translate. I made wings out of milk jugs and plastic bags and coat hangers strapped to a crutch. The idea was there, but I didn't execute it as well as I wanted to. And again, some of those flowers were reused in this one. But I think I made up with it for the next endeavor, which was for that sister event, Christmas on the Square. So for Christmas on the Square 2017, I made another bottle tree, but this one I used the bottles as branches. And so this was made from various size bottles, some that I had saved and some that I found doing litter cleanups around my town. And I used ornaments from things I found while doing litter cleanups around town, including the angry bird that I put on the top. Someone must have thought it was cool because they did put money in one of the bottles. And unfortunately, the bird disappeared. So I don't know if it just fell off or if someone walked off with it or what happened. But this was the beginning of starting to put litter facts and making these really about, not littering and incorporating little bits of litter and recycled things. So I was pretty proud of this one. And again, it continued to direct the direction I would keep taking these in. So that brings us to 2018, and I did both sots and cots, as I call them, scarecrows on the square or Christmas on the square. It's much shorter to say sots and cots. So for the rest of this, I'll probably say sots and cots. So hopefully you'll be able to keep track of what I'm talking about. But for scarecrows on the square or sots, I made a spider web, and the flowers and frogs and spiders and ladybugs, they are all made out of soda bottles. The web is made out of soda bottle rope. Everything is held together with soda bottle rope. If you heat shrink it, it hardens up and it can create excellent joints. So I just used like some spare, I don't know, pipes or rods or something from something I wasn't using anymore, and held it together with heated soda bottle rope. And this display was so light, and again, it's an anti-litter display, so I had trash bags there. There's actually kitty litter in those trash bags that I got at like the Tractor Supply store, and then we took it home and ended up using it for our cats. But this one was super cute. I do still have most of the flowers and animals. And if you ever join me on a Twitch stream, you will see that little scarecrow is actually on the shelf behind me. So yeah, I still am reusing some of these flowers and animals to this day. And then I did Christmas on the square, and I used some of those flowers to give the tree from 2016 an upgrade. I gave it a wreath of flowers, and it really improved the look of it. I put it in a different planter, which again improved the look of it, and had this little display. And again, I used this wreath I actually found on the way over to set up the display. It was pretty close enough to where I live where I could walk it over, and this wreath was just in the ditch, so I included it in the display along with some litter facts. And again, I had kitty litter in that jar to help keep the moisture out and keep this thing dry so it would last the entire display. And I did get second place in the business category that year. I was really proud of both displays this year. I was really happy with them, and it meant a lot to get that ribbon of recognition because I put a lot of work and heart and effort into these, so it was really nice to get that recognition. Marching on to 2019, this year was also a little crazy. I was teaching at a local wine and design, and I was asked to put a display together for them, so I just grabbed some stuff and put something together really quick and painted a night scene on a pumpkin very quickly and put that out there, and it was kind of cool. So it was cute for the time that I had. But yeah, one more extra display that I had to get done really quick there. And then for my own display, I made Fred. Fred is once again made mostly of soda bottles and held together with soda bottle rope that I have heated and shrunk so it would harden and hold the joints. This guy was super tall. And again, some of those flowers from past years made an appearance, and he is adorned with litter and stuff that was found when I was doing litter cleanups around town. His face is made out of Waffle House things and other types of lids, and he's got all kinds of litter like attached to his eyebrow hat thing. I don't know. I just called him Fred. He was really fun. I really liked how this one came out. It was just cute and fun, and I was a fan, and I did get first place for the JSL overall pick. But yeah, he was weird and tall, and I liked him. And then for Christmas on the Square in 2019, I once again brought back that 2016 tree, but I also made another secondary one that was again a different type of tree. These were super, super cute. I got little bows there made out of Mountain Dew labels. I really had fun with these. I thought they came out super, super cute. And that tree lived on my front porch. I put some googly eyes in there. It looks super cute. And then 2020 was actually a year that I did not participate, because it was 2020. But I did make this little cute recycled Christmas wreath just as a personal project outside of it. Okay, now we're at 2021, and this year I only made a Christmas display, and this is the project, even though I'm very proud of how it came out, that I will never do it again. I made a dress out of soda bottle rope.
Never again. Never.
It took like 58 soda bottles to make this. It came out so awesome, so proud of it, but my hands were so scratched up. I was really happy with it, like I said, but it was a lot of work. I probably put in more than 40 hours into this dress. It was actually life-size. You could wear it, but it would be very scratchy, and it was see-through, so you might not want to. But it was full-size, and it was a lot of work, and I was very proud of it. But this is a project that I will not do again, because my hands got really scratched up, and it was just really hard. My shoulders hurt. Like, it was a lot of work that went into making this dress out of soda bottles. And I was really proud of it. And now we've arrived at 2022. I set out to make a Medusa, but it ended up too cute and people kept calling it a mermaid. So I ended up calling her Merdusa. And this skirt of tail skirt thing, so many lids, so many bottle caps that I had saved up. And I recycled Fred's head from a few years back. I gave him a new face, added some flowers, but it is the same basic structure from Fred. Some of the original hair is still in there from the Scarecrow a few years ago. And then I also recycled that dress because it had been so much work. I was really proud of this one. It came out really cute. People seem to really enjoy interacting with it. And yeah, this took 112 soda bottles and 925 plastic lids and caps because there's soda bottle rope running through that entire tail. And the dress is all made out of it, and the hair is all made out of it, and the flowers are all made out of it. So yeah, 112 soda bottles, 925 plastic lids and caps. This is a lot of work again, but I was so proud of it. Okay, so there you have it. 15 displays and one wreath over 10 years, if I've counted correctly. I hope you've enjoyed this retrospective look back at all of these displays. I really enjoyed taking a look back through these projects and remembering little details and Easter eggs. I love creating these. I love seeing people interact with them. I love having people walk by and say, now that is cool. That's a really awesome feeling to get. A lot of soda bottles, a lot of litter and single-use plastics and things that were given a second life as something awesome in these displays. And I hopefully have raised a little bit of awareness that litter sucks and is awful and you shouldn't do it. Just bringing that trash back out of the ditches and putting it in their face a little bit. So yeah, I hope you've enjoyed this. Thanks for hanging out with me. I'm supposed to say like, subscribe, share, all of that stuff and things. You know what to do. But thanks again for hanging out with me. I hope you enjoyed this look back. I will see you around the internet lands very soon. Bye for now.
And yeah, that music is by Mikey Famine. I haven't gotten to hang out with Mikey in a minute. Gotta check in with Mikey, see how Mikey's doing. How are y'all doing? Thanks for hanging out with me. We're going on about hour 3. And yeah, tell tons I recycled some heads. Anyway, we're gonna get back to the coloring. However, oops, I lied, not quite yet. We got to 5 orders right before the break. That means I would like to do a giveaway. And what I'm going to give away is already right here. Let's swap them back, actually. These prints right here are retired prints, meaning you cannot purchase them from me anymore. So, ooh, what kind of tea? What kind of tea? But yeah, these are prints you cannot actually purchase in the store. This is a stupor mad, because some people are stupor mad. Where that tie is becoming a nice little cape. Upside down cross, upside down bibble. Some elephant feet down there. That's the 90s Trash Queen Nostalgia. This is the Pride Month one. The little fairy. This is like an old Cascade one. This is the demon one. And this is H.R. Ween. And these are little mini prints. So anybody in any of the chats, anywhere, this is a giveaway that's open to anyone. Only people that are making purchases are going to get entered into the win a commission from me one. But anyone in any of the chats that's here right now that is interested in getting to pick one of these, I don't have a way with this one to trigger a giveaway across like all of the platforms. But just type in the chat that you want to be in the giveaway in some manner. Inform me of that in any of the chats. And I will enter you into a giveaway. And thank you so much, everyone that's hanging out, everyone who's doing orders, all that jazz. Looked for a second and was wondering if I had like accidentally forgotten that I was mute again. But I'm not muted again. Checking over here. Okay. How's everyone doing everywhere? Hope everyone's doing all right. Appreciate the heck out of y'all. Closing things out here. I can see you talking, but the screen is small, so I can't read lips. I mean, I don't think I'm muted. I don't think I am. Am I? There is sound. But is the sound coming from me? All right. Hush, Richie. We'll save giveaways for the end of the night if no one's interested right now. Or if you guys just don't want to take my stuff, I see how it is. We'll save giveaways for a little later. So we've earned one giveaway. We're going to get back to our listening to A Christmas Carol. Let's see how we're doing. We've still only got our border going here. As a reminder, you can come on in here. And you can join our puzzle. Join our puzzle. It's pinned in a bunch of different places. And I just reposted it over on Insta. You can puzzle along. That's what it looks like when it's done. Lovely pyramid of gifts with the gift of color right there in the middle. We're going to keep going with LibreVox. We're going to finish our first coloring page. Thank you everyone that's joining me. We got our introduction. He has met Marley. It's time for the first of the three spirits. On LibreVox.org is awesome. Public domain audio read by volunteers, and you're allowed to use it. They freely state and start everything saying it's public domain. So let's do the first of the three spirits. And as a reminder, as you're listening, I'd love to know what you picture. I know one person said Mickey. I get a little bit of the Muppets in with mine, and a little bit of other ones. Let's go.
By Bob Neufeld. A Christmas Carol by Charles Dickens. Stave 2. The first of the three spirits. When Scrooge awoke, it was so dark that looking out of bed he could scarcely distinguish the transparent window from the opaque walls of his chamber. He was endeavouring to pierce the darkness with his ferret eyes, when the chimes of a neighbouring church struck the 4 quarters. So he listened for the hour. To his great astonishment, the heavy bell went on from 6 to 7, and from 7 to 8, and regularly up to 12, then stopped. 12! It was past 2 when he went to bed. The clock was wrong. An icicle must have got into the works. 12! He touched the spring of his repeater to correct this most preposterous clock. Its rapid little pulse beat 12, and stopped. "Why, it isn't possible," said Scrooge, that I can have slept through a whole day and far into another night. It isn't possible that
Oh
anything
my
has
gosh,
happened to the
Hellbound.
sun, and this is 12 at noon.
Oh my
The
gosh.
idea being an alarming one, he scrambled out of bed and groped his way to the window. He was obliged to rub the frost off with the sleeve of his dressing-gown before he could see anything, and could see very little then. All he could make out was that it was still very foggy and extremely cold, and that there was no noise of people running to and fro and making a great stir, as there unquestionably would have been if night had beaten off bright day and taken possession of the world. This was a great relief, because 3 days after sight of the first of exchange paid to Mr. Ebenezer Scrooge or his order, and so forth, would have become a mere United States security if there were no days to count by. Scrooge went to bed again and thought, and thought, and thought it over and over and over, and could make nothing of it. The more he thought, the more perplexed he was, and the more he endeavored not to think, the more he thought. Marley's ghost bothered him exceedingly. Every time he resolved within himself, after mature inquiry, that it was all a dream, his mind flew back again, like a strong string released, to its first position, and presented the same problem to be worked all through. Was it a dream or not? Scrooge lay in this state until the chime had gone 3/4 more, when he remembered, on a sudden, that the ghost had warned him of a visitation when the bell tolled 1. He resolved to lie awake until the hour was past, and, considering that he could no more go to sleep than go to heaven, this was perhaps the wisest resolution in his power. The quarter was so long that he was more than once convinced he must have sunk into a doze unconsciously and missed the clock. At length it broke upon his listening ear. Ding-dong. 1/4 past, said Scrooge, counting. Ding-dong. 1/2 past, said Scrooge. Ding-dong. 1/4 to it, said Scrooge. Ding-dong. The hour itself, said Scrooge triumphantly, and nothing else. He spoke before the hour bell sounded, which it now did with a deep, dull, hollow, melancholy 1. Light flashed up in the room upon the instant, and the curtains of his bed were drawn. The curtains of his bed were drawn aside, I tell you, by a hand. Not the curtains at his feet, nor the curtains at his back, but those to which his face was addressed. The curtains of his bed were drawn aside, and Scrooge, starting up into a half-recumbent attitude, found himself face to face with the unearthly visitor who drew them, as close to it as I am now to you, and I am standing in the spirit at your elbow. It was a strange figure, like a child, yet not so like a child as like an old man, viewed through some supernatural medium, which gave him the appearance of having receded from the view, and being diminished to a child's proportions. Its hair, which hung about its neck and down its back, was white as if with age, and yet the face had not a wrinkle in it, and the tenderest bloom was on the skin. The arms were very long and muscular, the hands the same, as if its hold were of uncommon strength. Its legs and feet, most delicately formed, were, like those upper members, bare. It wore a tunic of the purest white, and round its waist was bound a lustrous belt, the sheen of which was beautiful. It held a branch of fresh green holly in its hand, and in singular contradiction of that wintry emblem, had its dress trimmed with summer flowers. But the strangest thing about it was, that from the crown of its head there sprang a bright, clear jet of light, by which all this was visible, and which was doubtless the occasion of its using, in its duller moments, a great extinguisher for a cap, which it now held under its arm. Even this, though, when Scrooge looked at it with increasing steadiness, was not its strangest quality, for as its belt sparkled and glittered now in one part and now in another, and what was light one instant another time was dark, so the figure itself fluctuated in its distinctness, being now a thing with one arm, and now with one leg, now with 20 legs, now a pair of legs without a head, now a head without a body, of which dissolving parts no outline would be visible in the dense gloom wherein they melted away. And in the very wonder of this, it would be itself again, distinct and clear as ever. "Are you the spirit, sir, whose coming was foretold to me?" asked Scrooge. "I am." The voice was soft and gentle, singularly low, as if instead of being so close beside him, it were at a distance. "Who and what are you?" Scrooge demanded. "I am the ghost of Christmas past." "Long past?" inquired Scrooge, observant of its dwarfish stature. "No, your past." Perhaps Scrooge could not have told anybody why, if anybody could have asked him, but he had a special desire to see the spirit in his cap, and begged him to be covered. "What!" exclaimed the ghost. "Would you so soon put out with worldly hands the light I give? Is it not enough that you are one of those whose passions made this cap, and force me through whole trains of years to wear it low upon my brow?" Scrooge reverently disclaimed all intention to offend, or any knowledge of having wilfully bonneted the spirit at any period of his life. He then made bold to inquire what business brought him there. "Your welfare," said the ghost. Scrooge expressed himself much obliged, but could not help thinking that a night of unbroken rest would have been more conducive to that end. The spirit must have heard him thinking, for it said immediately, "Your reclamation, then. Take heed." It put out its strong hand as it spoke, and clasped him gently by the arm. "Rise, and walk with me." It would have been in vain for Scrooge to plead that the weather and the hour were not adapted to pedestrian purposes, that bed was warm, and the thermometer a long way below freezing, that he was clad but lightly in his slippers, dressing-gown, and nightcap, and that he had a cold upon him at the time. The grasp, though gentle as a woman's hand, was not to be resisted. He rose, but finding that the spirit made towards the window, clasped his robe in supplication. "I am a mortal," Scrooge remonstrated, "and liable to fall." "Bear but a touch of my hand, there," said the spirit, laying it upon his heart, "and you shall be upheld in more than this." As the words were spoken, they passed through the wall, and stood upon an open country road, with fields on either hand. The city had entirely vanished. Not a vestige of it was to be seen. The darkness and the mist had vanished with it, for it was a clear, cold winter day, with snow upon the ground. "Good heaven!" said Scrooge, clasping his hands together as he looked about him. "I was bred in this place. I was a boy here." The spirit gazed upon him mildly. Its gentle touch, though it had been light and instantaneous, appeared still present to the old man's sense of feeling. He was conscious of 1,000 odors floating in the air, each one connected with 1,000 thoughts and hopes and joys and cares long, long forgotten. "Your lip is trembling," said the ghost. "And what is that upon your cheek?" Scrooge muttered, with an unusual catching in his voice, that it was a pimple, and begged the ghost to lead him where he would. "You recollect the way?" inquired the spirit. "Remember it?" cried Scrooge with fervor. "I could walk it blindfold." "Strange to have forgotten it for so many years," observed the ghost. "Let us go on." They walked along the road, Scrooge recognizing every gate and post and tree, until a little market town appeared in the distance, with its bridge, its church, and winding river. Some shaggy ponies now were seen trotting towards them with boys upon their backs, who called to other boys in country gigs and carts, driven by farmers. All these boys were in great spirits, and shouted to each other until the broad fields were so full of merry music that the crisp air laughed to hear it. "These are but shadows of the things that have been," said the ghost. "They have no consciousness of us." The jocund travellers came on, and as they came, Scrooge knew and named them, every one. Why was he rejoiced beyond all bounds to see them? Why did his cold eye glisten, and his heart leap up as they went past? Why was he filled with gladness when he heard them give each other Merry Christmas, as they parted at crossroads and byways for their several homes? What was Merry Christmas to Scrooge? Out upon Merry Christmas! What good had it ever done to him? "The school is not quite deserted," said the ghost. "A solitary child, neglected by his friends, is left there still." Scrooge said he knew it, and he sobbed. They left the high road by a well-remembered lane, and soon approached a mansion of dull red brick, with a little weathercock-surmounted cupola on the roof, and a bell hanging in it. It was a large house, but one of broken fortunes, for the spacious offices were little used, their walls were damp and mossy, their windows broken, and their gates decayed. Fowls clucked and strutted in the stables, and the coach-houses and sheds were overrun with grass. Nor was it more retentive of its ancient state within, for entering the dreary hall and glancing through the open doors of many rooms, they found them poorly furnished, cold, and vast. There was an earthly savour in the air, a chilly bareness in the place, which associated itself somehow with too much getting up by candlelight, and not too much to eat. They went, the ghost and Scrooge, across the hall to a door at the back of the house. It opened before them, and disclosed a long, bare, melancholy room, made barer still by lines of plain deal forms and desks. At one of these a lonely boy was reading near a feeble fire, and Scrooge sat down upon a form and wept to see his poor forgotten self as he used to be. Not a latent echo in the house. Not a squeak and scuffle from the mice behind the panelling. Not a drip from the half-thawed waterspout in the dull yard behind. Not a sigh among the leafless boughs of one despondent poplar. Not of the idle swinging of an empty storehouse door. No, not a clicking in the fire, but fell upon the heart of Scrooge with a softening influence, gave it a freer passage to his tears. The spirit touched him on his arm, and pointed to his younger self, intent upon his reading. Suddenly a man in foreign garments, wonderfully real and distinct to look at, stood outside the window, with an axe stuck in his belt, and leading by the bridle an ass laden with wood. "Why, it's Ali Baba!" Scrooge exclaimed in ecstasy. "It's dear old honest Ali Baba! Yes, yes, I know. Oh, one Christmas time, when yonder solitary child was left here all alone, He did come for the first time, just like that poor boy. And Valentine, said Scrooge, and his wild brother Orson, there they go, and, what's his name, who was put down in his drawers asleep at the gate of Damascus. Don't you see him? And the Sultan's groom turned upside down by the genie. Oh, there he is upon his head. Serve him right. I'm glad of it. What business had he to be married to the princess? To hear Scrooge expending all the earnestness of his nature on such objects, in a most extraordinary voice between laughing and crying, and to see his heightened and excited face, would have been a surprise to his business friends in the city, indeed. "Oh, there's the parrot!" cried Scrooge. "Green body and yellow tail, with a thing like a lettuce growing out of the top of his head. Oh, there he is. Poor Robin Crusoe, he called him, when he came home again after sailing round the island. Poor Robin Crusoe! Where have you been, Robin Crusoe?" The man thought he was dreaming, but he wasn't. It was the parrot, you know. Oh, there goes Friday, running for his life to the little creek. Hallo! Oh, hallo! Then, with a rapidity of transition very foreign to his usual character, he said, in pity for his former self, "Poor boy," and cried again. "I wish," Scrooge muttered, putting his hand in his pocket and looking about him after drying his eyes with his cuff. "But it's too late now." "What is the matter?" asked the spirit. "Nothing," said Scrooge. "Nothing. There was a boy singing a Christmas carol at my door last night. I should like to have given him something. That's all." The ghost smiled thoughtfully, and waved his hand, saying it as he did so, "Let us see another Christmas." Scrooge's former self grew larger at the words, and the room became a little darker and more dirty. The panels shrunk, the windows cracked, fragments of plaster fell out of the ceiling, and the naked laths were shown instead. But how all this was brought about, Scrooge knew no more than you do. He only knew that it was quite correct, that everything had happened so, that there he was, alone again, when all the other boys had gone home for the jolly holidays. He was not reading now, but walking up and down despairingly. Scrooge looked at the ghost, and with a mournful shaking of his head, glanced anxiously towards the door. It opened, and a little girl, much younger than the boy, came darting in and putting her arms about his neck, and, often kissing him, addressed him as her "Dear, dear brother." "I have come to bring you home, dear brother," said the child, clapping her tiny hands and bending down to laugh. "To bring you home, home, home." "Home, little Fan?" returned the boy. "Yes," said the child, brimful of glee. "Home for good and all, home for ever and ever. Father is so much kinder than he used to be that home's like heaven. He spoke so gently to me one dear night when I was going to bed that I was not afraid to ask him once more if you might come home. And he said, yes, you should, and sent me in a coach to bring you. And you're to be a man," said the child, opening her eyes, "and are never to come back here. But first we're to be together all the Christmas long, and have the merriest time in all the world." "You're quite a woman, little Fan," exclaimed the boy. She clapped her hands and laughed and tried to touch his head, but being too little, laughed again and stood on tiptoe to embrace him. Then she began to drag him, in her childish eagerness, towards the door, and he, nothing loath to go, accompanied her. A terrible voice in the hall cried, Bring down Master Scrooge's box. There." And in the hall appeared the schoolmaster himself, who glared on Master Scrooge with a ferocious condescension, and threw him into a dreadful state of mind by shaking hands with him. He then conveyed him and his sister into the veriest old well of a shivering best parlour that ever was seen, where the maps upon the wall, and the celestial and terrestrial globes in the windows, were waxy with cold. Here he produced a decanter of curiously light wine, and a block of curiously heavy cake, and administered installments of these dainties to the young people, at the same time sending out a meagre servant to offer a glass of something to the postboy, who answered that he thanked the gentleman, but if it was the same tap as he had tasted before, he would rather not. Master Scrooge's trunk being by this time tied on to the top of the chaise, the children bade the schoolmaster good-bye right willingly, and getting into it, drove gaily down the garden sweep, the quick wheels dashing the hoar-frost and snow from off the dark leaves of the evergreens like spray. "Always a delicate creature, whom a breath might have withered," said the ghost, "but she had a large heart." "So she had," cried Scrooge. "You're right. I will not gainsay it, Spirit. God forbid." "She died a woman," said the ghost, "and had, as I think, children." "One child," Scrooge returned. "True," said the ghost. "Your nephew." Scrooge seemed uneasy in his mind, and answered briefly, "Yes." Although they had but that moment left the school behind them, they were now in the busy thoroughfares of a city, where shadowy passengers passed and repassed, where shadowy carts and coaches battled for their way, and all the strife and tumult of a real city were. It was made plain enough by the dressing of the shops that here too it was Christmas time again, but it was evening, and the streets were lighted up. The ghost stopped at a certain warehouse door, and asked Scrooge if he knew it. "Know it?" said Scrooge. "Was I apprenticed here?" They went in. At sight of an old gentleman in a Welsh wig, sitting behind such a high desk that if he had been 2 inches taller he must have knocked his head against the ceiling, Scrooge cried in great excitement, "Why, it's old Fezziwig! Bless his heart, it's Fezziwig alive again!" Old Fezziwig laid down his pen and looked up at the clock, which pointed to the hour of 7. He rubbed his hands, adjusted his capacious waistcoat, laughed all over himself from his shoes to his organ of benevolence, and called out in a comfortable, oily, rich
His organ of benevolence. That's one way to word things.
fat, jovial voice. "Yo, there, Ebenezer, Dick!" Scrooge's former self, now grown a young man, came briskly in, accompanied by his fellow prentice. "Dick Wilkins, to be sure," said Scrooge to the ghost. "Bless me, yes, there he is. He was very much attached to me, was Dick. Poor Dick! Dear, dear!" "Yo-ho, my boys," said Fezziwig. "No more work tonight. Christmas Eve, Dick. Christmas, Ebenezer. Let's have the shutters up," cried old Fezziwig, with a sharp clap of his hands, "before a man can say Jack Robinson." You wouldn't believe how these two fellows went at it. They charged into the street with the shutters. 1, 2, 3, had 'em up in their places. 4, 5, 6, barred 'em and pinned 'em. 7, 8, 9, and came back before you could have got to 12, panting like racehorses. "Hi-le-ho!" cried old Fezziwig, skipping down from the high desk with wonderful agility. "Clear away, my lads, and let's have a lots of room here. Hi-le-ho, Dick! Cheer up, Ebenezer!" Clear away! There was nothing they wouldn't have cleared away, or couldn't have cleared away, with old Fezziwig looking on. It was done in a minute. Every movable was packed off, as if it were dismissed from public life forevermore. The floor was swept and watered, the lamps were trimmed, fuel was heaped upon the fire, and the warehouse was as snug and warm and dry and bright a ballroom as you would desire to see upon a winter's night. In came a fiddler with a music book, and went up to the lofty desk and made an orchestra of it, and tuned like 50 stomachaches. In came Mrs. Fezziwig, one vast substantial smile. In came the 3 Miss Fezziwigs, beaming and lovable. In came the 6 young followers whose hearts they broke. In came all the young men and women employed in the business. In came the housemaid, with her cousin the baker. In came the cook, with her brother's particular friend, the milkman. In came the boy from over the way, who was suspected of not having board enough from his master, trying to hide himself behind the girl from the next door but one, who was proved to have had her ears pulled by her mistress. In they all came, one after another, some shyly, some boldly, some gracefully, some awkwardly, some pushing, some pulling. In they all came, anyhow and everyhow. Away they all went, 20 couple at once, hands half round and back again the other way, down the middle and up again, round and round in various stages of affectionate grouping, old top couple always turning up in the wrong place, new top couple starting off again as soon as they got there, all top couples at last, and not a bottom one to help them. When this result was brought about, old Fezziwig, clapping his hands to stop the dance, cried out, "Well done!" And the fiddler plunged his hot face into a pot of porter, especially provided for that purpose. But scorning rest, upon his reappearance he instantly began again, though there were no dancers yet, as if the other fiddler had been carried home, exhausted on a shutter, and he were a brand-new man resolved to beat him out of sight or perish. There were more dances, and there were forfeits, and more dances, and there was cake, and there was negus, and there was a great piece of cold roast, and there was a great piece of cold boiled, and there were minced pies, and plenty of beer. But the great effect of the evening came after the roast and boiled, when the fiddler, an artful dog mind, the sort of man who knew his business better than you or I could have told it him, struck up Sir Roger de Coverley. Then old Fezziwig stood out to dance with Mrs. Fezziwig. Top couple, too, with a good stiff piece of work cut out for them. 3 or 4 or 20 pair of partners, people who would dance and had no notion of walking. But if they had been twice as many, 4 times, old Fezziwig would have been a match for them, and so would Mrs. Fezziwig. As to her, she was worthy to be his partner in every sense of the term.
But yeah, I do a free one every month. If anyone wants to color along with me, after we finish this one, I'm going to be doing this one. This is my December one. And I really like this one. I don't know if I'll like it as much when I go to color it, but I really like this one because I took a lesson from my October stuff, and normally I spend a lot of time getting like super straight lines and super corrected curves, and I just let myself go with it and had a little fun. How many points to read that out loud? How many points to read that out loud? I don't know if I can. No points. No points. That's not happening. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. All right. We're going to do a little more work on this one. We've got about 15 minutes left with this ghost. This Christmas ghost. Thanks everybody that's hanging out. As a reminder, We got sales happening. You think we'd clip it? Never. Okay. We would. Yes, every single one who could clip it would clip it in multiple spots. Like, it would be a thing. If Tons is here, it would be like posted over to like Blue Sky, like automatically. But yes, thank you for everyone that's hanging out, everyone that's engaging. If anyone's like shared the live or anything like that, thank you if you're just lurking. Thank you if you've made a purchase. We're gonna be here for a while. I'm probably gonna take another break shortly. Oh my. Okay. I'm seeing some things come in that are like loosely related to other stuff. I got it. I think I got it. I think I understand what's going on there. Secular Solstice is happening for everybody in Twitch where the timer is still on. It is still happening, but you cannot sign up anymore. We are locked in at 9. Anyway, we're gonna continue. We got about 15 minutes left. Now that I'm down like in the weeds on this, I feel like this overhead camera like doesn't focus well enough. I'm letting myself get a little more loosey-goosey and coloring on top of the lines for these edges and corners and stuff. The only way you'll really see the like is if I scan it, which I scan things at a really high resolution, so it takes a really long time for it to scan properly. But I'm thinking of putting some of these in the shop. I have some of these in a store in the mall once they get their back end open. Have fun with that one, Twitch. Have fun with that one. I didn't think that one through. All right. Let's get back to Scrooge.
If that's not high praise, tell me higher, and I'll use it. A positive light appeared to issue from Fezziwig's calves. They shone in every part of the dance like moons. You couldn't have predicted, at any given time, what would have become of them next. And when old Fezziwig and Mrs. Fezziwig had gone all through the dance, advance and retire, both hands to your partner, bow and curtsy, corkscrew, thread the needle, and back again to your place, Fezziwig cut so deftly that he appeared to wink with his legs, and came upon his feet again without a stagger.
How
When
do
the
you
clock
wink
struck
with your
11,
legs?
the domestic ball broke up. Mr. and Mrs. Fezziwig took their station, one on either side of the door, and shaking hands with every person individually as he or she went out, wished him or her a Merry Christmas. When everybody had retired but the 2 prentices, they did the same to them, and thus the cheerful voices died away, and the lads were left to their beds, which were under a counter in the back shop. During the whole of this time Scrooge had acted like a man out of his wits. His heart and soul were in the scene, and with his former self. He corroborated everything, remembered everything, enjoyed everything, and underwent the strangest agitation. It was not until now, when the bright faces of his former self and Dick were turned from them, that he remembered the ghost, and became conscious that it was looking full upon him, while the light upon its head burnt very clear. "A small matter," said the ghost, "to make these silly folks so full of gratitude." "Small!" echoed Scrooge. The spirit signed to him to listen to the 2 apprentices, who were pouring out their hearts in praise of Fezziwig, and when he had done so, said, "Why, is it not? He has spent but a few pounds of your mortal money, 3 or 4 perhaps. Is that so much that he deserves this praise?" "What isn't that?" said Scrooge, heated by the remark, and speaking unconsciously like his former, not his latter, self. It isn't that, Spirit. He has the power to render us happy or unhappy, to make our service light or burdensome, a pleasure or a toil. Say that his power lies in words and looks, in things so slight and insignificant that it is impossible to add and count 'em up. What then? The happiness he gives is quite as great as if it cost a fortune. He felt the spirit's glance and stopped. What is the matter? Asked the ghost. Nothing particular, said Scrooge. Something, I think, the ghost insisted. No, said Scrooge. No, I should like to be able to say a word or two to my clerk just now. That's all. His former self turned down the lamps as he gave utterance to the wish, and Scrooge and the ghost again stood side by side in the open air. My time grows short, observed the spirit. Quick! This was not addressed to Scrooge, or to anyone he could see, but it produced an immediate effect. For again Scrooge saw himself. He was older now, a man in the prime of life. His face had not the harsh and rigid lines of later years, but it had begun to wear the signs of care and avarice. There was an eager, greedy, restless motion in the eye, which showed the passion that had taken root, and where the shadow of the growing tree would fall. He was not alone, but sat by the side of a fair young girl in a mourning dress, in whose eyes there were tears, which sparkled in the light that shone out of the ghost of Christmas past. It matters little, she said softly. To you, very little. Another idol has displaced me, and if it can cheer and comfort you in time to come, as I would have tried to do,
candy.
I have no just cause to grieve. What idol has displaced you? He rejoined. A golden one. This is the even-handed dealing of the world, he said. There is nothing on which it is so hard as poverty, and there is nothing it professes to condemn with such severity as the pursuit of wealth. You fear the world too much, she answered gently. All your other hopes have merged into the hope of being beyond the chance of its sordid reproach. I have seen your nobler aspirations fall off, one by one, until the master passion, gain, engrosses you. Have I not? What then? He retorted. Even if I have grown so much wiser, what then? I have not changed towards you. She shook her head. Am I? Our contract is an old one. It was made when we were both poor and content to be so, until, in good season, we could improve our worldly fortune by our patient industry. You are changed. When it was made, you were another man. I was a boy, he said impatiently. Your own feeling tells you that you were not what you are, she returned. I am. That which promised happiness when we were one in heart is fraught with misery now that we are two. How often and how keenly I have thought of this, I will not say. It is enough that I have thought of it, and can release you. Have I ever sought release? In words? No, never. Or in what, then? In a changed nature, in an altered spirit, in another atmosphere of life, another hope as its great end, in everything that made my love of any worth or value in your sight. If this had never been between us, said the girl, looking mildly, but with steadiness upon him, tell me, would you seek me out and try to win me now? Ah, no. He seemed to yield to the justice of this supposition, in spite of himself. But he said, with a struggle, You think not. I would gladly think otherwise, if I could, she answered. Heaven knows, when I have learned a truth like this, I know how strong and irresistible it must be. But if you were free today, tomorrow, yesterday, can even I believe that you would choose a dowerless girl? You who, in your very confidence with her, weighing everything by gain, or choosing her, if for a moment you were false enough to your own guiding principle to do so, do I not know that your repentance and regret would surely follow? I do. And I release you with a full heart for the love of him you once were. He was about to speak, but with her head turned from him, she resumed. You may, the memory of what is past half makes me hope you will, have pain in this, a very, very brief time, and you will dismiss the recollection of it gladly as an unprofitable dream from which it happened well that you awoke. May you be happy in the life you have chosen. She left him, and they parted. Spirit, said Scrooge, show me no more. Conduct me home. Why do you delight to torture me? One shadow more, exclaimed the ghost. No more, cried Scrooge. No more. I don't wish to see it. Show me no more. But the relentless ghost pinioned him in both his arms and forced him to observe what happened next. They were in another scene and place, a room, not very large or handsome, but full of comfort. Near to the winter fire sat a beautiful young girl, so like that last that Scrooge believed it was the same, until he saw her, now a comely matron, sitting opposite her daughter. The noise in this room was perfectly tumultuous, for there were more children there than Scrooge in his agitative state of mind could count, and unlike the celebrated herd in the poem, there were not 40 children conducting themselves like one, but every child was conducting itself like 40. The consequences were uproarious beyond belief, but no one seemed to care. On the contrary, the mother and daughter laughed heartily, and enjoyed it very much, and the latter, soon beginning to mingle in the sports, got pillaged by the young brigands most ruthlessly. What would I not have given to be one of them? Though I never could have been so rude. No, no. I wouldn't for the wealth of all the world have crushed that braided hair and torn it down, and for the precious little shoe I wouldn't have plucked it off, God bless my soul, to save my life. As to measuring her waist in sport, as they did, bold young brood, I couldn't have done it. I should have expected my arm to have grown round it for a punishment, and never come straight again. And yet I should have dearly liked, I own, to have touched her lips, to have questioned her, that she might have opened them, to have looked upon the lashes of my downcast eyes, and never raised a blush, to have let loose waves of hair, an inch of which would be a keepsake beyond price. In short, I should have liked, I do confess, to have had the lightest license of a child, and yet to have been man enough to know its value. But now a knocking at the door was heard, and such a rush immediately ensued, that with laughing face and plundered dress was borne towards it the centre of a flushed and boisterous group, just in time to greet the father, who came home attended by a man laden with Christmas toys and presents. Then the shouting and the struggling, and the onslaught that was made on the defenceless porter, the scaling him with...
Oh my. Okay, well, that's something. I fully trust my mods, so if things get out of control over there in Twishland, there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. There's a few mods in here, so if things get weirder over there, people want to try to troll. Mods, do whatever you feel necessary. We got a couple more minutes on this one.
Chairs for ladders to dive into his pockets, despoil him of brown paper parcels, hold on tight by his cravat, hug him round his neck, pommel his back, and kick his legs in irrepressible affection. The shouts of wonder and delight with which the development of every package was received. The terrible announcement that the baby had been taken in the act of putting a doll's frying pan into his mouth, and was more than suspected of having swallowed a fictitious turkey glued on a wooden platter. The immense relief of finding this a false alarm. The joy and gratitude and ecstasy, they are all indescribable alike. It is enough that by degrees the children and their emotions got out of the parlor, and by one stair at a time, up to the top of the house, where they went to bed and so subsided. And now Scrooge looked on more attentively than ever, when the master of the house, having his daughter leaning fondly on him, sat down with her and her mother at his own fireside. And when he thought that such another creature, quite as graceful and as full of promise, might have called him father, and been a springtime in the haggard winter of his life, his sight grew very dim indeed. "Belle," said the husband, turning to his wife with a smile, "I saw an old friend of yours this afternoon." "Who was it?" "Guess." "Well, how can I? I don't know," she added in the same breath, laughing as he laughed. "Mr. Scrooge." "Mr. Scrooge it was. I passed his office window, and as it was not shut up, and he had a candle inside, I could scarcely help seeing him. His partner lies upon the point of death, I hear, and there he sat alone, quite alone in the world, I do believe." "Spirit," said Scrooge in a broken voice, "remove me from this place." "I told you these were shadows of the things that have been," said the ghost.
Trying to get
"That they
the
are
download
what
on my
they
tablet.
are. Do not blame me." "Remove me," Scrooge exclaimed. "I cannot bear it." He turned upon the ghost, and seeing that it looked upon him with a face in which in some strange way there were fragments of all the faces it had shown him, wrestled with it. "Leave me. Take me back. Haunt me no longer." In the struggle, if that can be called a struggle, in which the ghost, with no visible resistance on its own part, was undisturbed by any effort of its adversary, Scrooge observed that its light was burning high and bright, and dimly connecting that with its influence over him, he seized the extinguisher cap, and by a sudden action pressed it down upon its head. The spirit dropped beneath it, so that the extinguisher covered its whole form. But though Scrooge pressed it down with all his force, he could not hide the light, which streamed from under it in an unbroken flood upon the ground. He was conscious of being exhausted and overcome by an irresistible drowsiness, and further, of being in his own bedroom. He gave the cap a parting squeeze, in which his hand relaxed, and had barely time to reel to bed before he sank into a heavy sleep. End of stave 2.
It's not, though. Mutual support sentience. It is not picking them up very well. Like, if I were to scan it, it would, you would see that it's not picking them up very well. That's why every so often I bring it over here. Like, there's so much detail and stuff that you can't see. But I have some tricks for getting things to work like in art programs. I don't know how it might work with your art program, but I have some tricks to be able to color it in there. Like, and you can also like just practice actually coloring like on top of the lines. That's fine too. Or you can trace it and draw new lines. But I have some tricks like with layers that could help to do it digitally. What? I'm here with a shank. What? Oh my gosh. Yeah, that's true. Things are gonna look different based on your screen settings as well. That's true. I didn't think of that. I did not think of that. That's untidying. There's no one over there anyway. It's all good. I kind of want to do one more thing. So we're done with that. But I kind of want to do one more thing on here. I kind of want to do two more things on here. That I'll probably regret. I'll probably regret this. But I'm going to do it anyway. These yours is metal? What? I'm looking into getting a Harbor Freight Excalibur. Oh my gosh. I just don't understand like some people, like what good they think that does. Like if you're willing to have a discussion, I will have a discussion. But if you're just gonna like, you know, be a jerk face, then you can go be a jerk face elsewhere. Like I don't understand how people think this is gonna get them anywhere. Like that's a good tactic. If you have a question and you want to learn, like you can ask a question. That's a great place to start. But like just coming in yelling at me is not gonna get anyone anywhere. Yeah, I don't know. I do not know. I'm willing to have a conversation if it's good faith, but like, and if someone comes in good faith and is like being kind and respectful, I can be kind and respectful. We had one in Hellbound's chat, and we had a whole discussion. And I always find it funny, like sometimes when people come in and there's a chat and they're like, well, I'm not the most knowledgeable on this, but like they're running around like telling people that they're right and like we should believe it and they don't even fully understand it. I don't understand sometimes. I don't. Like I try to. I want to be kind and I want to be patient and I want to meet people where they are. But like I don't understand. I just don't understand. Okay, it was part of 2 series of that chat. Yeah. The gnome and a coffee cup icon is making me want to get a hot cocoa. Get a hot cocoa. Do it. Do it, do it, do it, do it, do it. I might have to do that soon. I'm not ready to start another chapter of Scrooge just yet. We're through the first ghost. And I asked a curious question earlier of like what you're picturing if you're listening along. Like what mental images or if there's a specific movie or version of this that like you picture in your mind. I of course got a little bit of Muppets in there and a few other things. Reggie reminded me of the Mickey version. Yeah. I don't get it. Like, I'm perfectly happy to have a conversation, but like, I don't know why people think that a tactic like that would work. Like, in what universe does that work? Well, this isn't gonna work. This is about to become a problem. This is 7? I thought this was 4. Watch this be like ridiculously darker, and then we'll really have a real problem. Mostly Muppets and Mickey, the little black and white classic mixed in. Yes. Also, again, if you're over on Twitch, I'm sorry, because those captions are, or some of the timers are not accurate. Dang nabbit. I accidentally used the other one. We're going to have to redo some of it. I accidentally used a darker one. They're the same color, but sometimes, like, when they're winding down, they can be a little more different in their tone. And sometimes different batches of the same color are slightly different hue or tint or shade. I'm going to have to redo the center because this shade of this marker is much darker. And then we're going to probably take another break. And then we're going to color the second coloring page and keep going with the story. Keep chatting, keep hanging out. Keep asking people to visit my shop and see if there's something they resonate with. Or apparently the heARTwork option is broken. So if you can't access that and you want to do the heARTdrop option, you can put in the notes that I want to do this, donate this art, or I want to do a heARTdrop, or I want to give this art to the public, or whatever. Just something to let me know that you don't expect to receive the art in the mail, that you want me to like put it out at the little free library or around town or whatever. And all orders today, I'm going to put you in to win like a character commission, and we'll discuss what that looks like. I probably won't be able to finish it until the new year. But we will get it going. Scrooged is a classic. Agree. Hew, hew, hew. Anyway, thank you so much, everyone that's hanging out, lurking, buying stuff, giving bits, all the stuff and things. Like, very much appreciated. I gotta make it another decision now, though. I think I saw a thing, and if I understood it correctly, it means I gotta figure out what someone else is bringing to the Christmas party. And, like, I don't completely know the outfit, but I know, like, part of how I'm gonna draw this one. I don't know what this person looks like. So I'm not sure how I want to draw them. But they can always be wearing a mask or a hat of something else that's associated with them. And so I've got that, but I don't know what specifically this person is going to be bringing to the party. We got me bringing the lights. We got OA bringing the pickle ornaments. We got HH bringing Emma and some music, some avocado music, because it looks like a giant avocado until I color it otherwise. We got the dragon, because you need a dragon at a Christmas party. We got the dragon coming in here. I'm not sure what LF is going to be bringing. And now I gotta figure out what else is being brought. Oh, Hellbound's also sneaking in ornaments full of stuff. Muppets is pretty good. That one pops into my brain a lot. I want to rewatch it. Tis the season. I feel like it's time to rewatch that. Who's your favorite Muppet? Do you have a favorite Muppet? Yeah, I like this so much better with something going on in the background instead of all the white space. For reasons. Piggy pudding. I know what I can bring. Such is the problem now. You have 2 dragons. I know. Oh, man. I still am not a big fan of the new dragon lore. The dragon of the channel is a subtle one, and the new lore that is trying to be made a thing. Swedish Chef Gonzo and really, Janice? That's long I missed. What is happening over in Twitchland? Oh my goodness. I'm so confused, but I'm amused at the same time. Oh man, dang it, this sucks. I hate when I go back in and I put another coat on and then I'm like, oh, that color is so much better. Now I want to go over the whole thing again, but I don't want to take that time because I want to move on. And also, that isn't even the color. I need to let it dry and then reevaluate because it always looks far darker when you put it on. But yeah, I find this style of coloring very laxing. I design a free one of these every month. I'm a little late getting things out this month because it's been craziness, as is life. Such is life, you know? Damn it, man. Really want to redo the outer circle, but I don't at the same time. I want it to be a different color, but I want to like move on to the next thing of this. I can always go back and fill it in later if I decide I want to darken it up. I'm still torn on the color scheme for the December page as well. We'll figure that out. We'll get there. We'll do more stuff and things. We will. Oh, right. How do you know what that tastes like? How do you know what that tastes like? No, there's a... No. What is happening? Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. All right, yeah, I can't help myself. I'm gonna speed run it. We're just gonna do it. I can't help myself. I need to darken it a little because it looks so much better and it makes the other colors pop. Professional streamer over here. Nice and quiet. I probably could have started the next stave. Because the next stave is shorter. But I'd rather sit here in either lovely silence or awkward silence, depending on how you see it. Just for a few minutes here while I go around this thing. But thanks again, everybody that's hanging out and chilling and putting some steam back in my tank. It's been a rough one this year. And I just really am trying to stay on a good path and make some stuff happen. Hold on one second. I see a comment that needs addressing. But I don't like stopping when I'm going in with alcohol markers because it will leave a visible distinction. But I'm almost back around. So give me a second and then I'll address questions and comments. And by second, I mean a second in art time. So it'll be several minutes. Okay. Crispy Ivy. Oh, I love you, Twitch people. And yes, you actually still can come on and have a conversation with me. I still have a way to do that on here if you want to come say hi and talk about stuff and things. I think you timed out on Instagram. Okay. Let's just do that. All right. I don't know what its deal is. We're just gonna leave it there. Yeah, all I can do is discard it, I guess. Okay, well, whatever. Instagram's been being a bit of a pain anyway, so I think I've closed that out. I don't don't know if I'm still live over there, but I don't think so. Let's go over here. It doesn't say that I'm live anymore over there. So I think we're now just live on Facebook, UofTubes, and on Twitch. Okay, so question. If I place an order separately, would you be willing to send it to an address other than the payment, Addie? Yes, and I don't know how I would like do a gift shopping thing, but I'd be more than willing to do that. I don't know if that's something you can put into the note or like message me separately and tell me where to send. But yeah, we can make that happen. With certain stuff, there's even more room to put description. Like it just depends on what you're getting. Like in the coloring book, there's a whole section where it asks what you want for an inscription, if you want an inscription. So there's also more room in there. I don't know. I'm just thinking of different ways that we could possibly make it work, like a workaround. I don't know. I'm unsure. Hopefully all of that worked. I find this amusing that Twitch like says I'm in good standing with the stream. Like it says it's excellent right now. And normally it says it's unstable. I am amused. I'm also very glad I went back and made that darker. Everything looks so much better. Now we just have to do one more thing. We have to get a piece of candy, and then we have to do the candy. And that sentence makes sense, I promise. Makes sense to me. Oh my goodness. What I was doing this morning was I was helping my friend who's playing Santa in a show at my old theater pack like some bags. So I got some of the candy. All right. Now the fun part. Well, all of it's the fun part, but nope, we're going to the 10. Let's just go straight to the 10. That's not big enough. Ideally, I should get something else and like do a tiny little paintbrush. That would be my preferred method. I think it's time for new gel pens. Yeah, I think it's time to get new gel pens. Although, after testing a myriad of gel pens and doing a lot of research, I can tell you that at least to go on top of alcohol markers, Jelly Roll is where it's at. Yes? No? Maybe? You think so? I think I got it. We shall see. How's everyone doing out there? I do know that either the count, well, Twitch's count is always off, but the count on the streaming software is way different than the Twitch count. But yeah, this is my favorite part. Adding the little bit of highlight in makes such a difference. Okay. All right. Here we go. Ideally, I want to let that dry. Nope, I didn't get everything. Hold, please. I accidentally lied. That's better. Wrong one. There we go. That little tiny pop of gel pen just makes things stand out and like look so different. I could probably do more, but I don't wanna. I like the center the most. Anyway, I gotta go film a thing that's got to be sent off by Wednesday. Yes, do that. Film your stuff and things. Thank you for hanging out and lurking. I'll be here for a while, so if you want to check back later. I am characteristically running behind. Usually this would take about like 2 hours, but we've already been live for like 4 hours. But we did take like a break. I did spend the first hour like working out the kinks and the tech stuff. So I don't know. Checking in on stuff here. Come on. Oh. Nice. Wait, what is that one? I don't know about that one. I gotta figure that one out. Huh. I don't know how you did what you did, but I see what you did. But I don't know how you did that. How is that possible? I don't know how you did that. Should be done filming by now and heading home to clean up. Oh man, you're behind. You're behind. We gotta get moving. I got that. I see that. I have no idea how you did that. I don't know how that is possible. I don't know how to do that, but that works. Like, very happy here. Much appreciated. I want to put a little extra one here because that one was a heARTdrop. So I need a little something extra there so I know. I'll sort that out later. But yay, thank you so much. We just got another order in. So very appreciated. I'll do some giveaways at the end if anybody wants to participate in that. And everybody that's purchasing is getting a chance for a custom commission from me that we will discuss in the new year. I don't think that I have another appropriate video of the correct link to show for a Be Right Back. I have to think for a moment. What's going on over here? Let's check this out. Let's see what's going on over with the puzzle. There we go. Do. The puzzle pyramid of puzzles presents is over here. You don't have to log in. You can just, oh, there's see, you can be anonymous and help with, this is a puzzle. Except for you, Hubon. You need to go do your filming. I am going to, let's do this. Let's do that. Let's do this. There we go. I'm gonna eat this thing. That's what I'm gonna do. I have a coconut patty. Coconut patty. There you go. See it in 2 views. I'm gonna eat my coconut patty. I will wait for a bit to time me out. I'm fairly certain I ended it. Who knows for sure? I might still be live over on Instagram. That might be a problem. I don't know. But I do know I am going to eat my coconut patty. That I do know. And I'm going to look for something. Here. Can I find you? Can I find what I'm looking for? I'm going to try and remember to bring the iPad back to you so I can show you like the elves that I'm talking about, and I can put placeholder canvases in for our friends. Talking about the puzzle, got distracted, so I timed out. No worries. It's just a puzzle. We haven't done one in a while. I wanted something to run in the background. Yeah. All right. How long is this one? Which one are you? Which one is this? Oh, no. I don't love that one. Which one are you? I don't necessarily love that one. Which one are you? This one is only 8 minutes and there's no sound. But I need to do a be right back. So, I'm going to go ahead and close that out. I'm 90% sure this one doesn't have any sound. That's going to be weird. Like, you see me and then you see me again, but I am not live right now. Do it this way. Over here. Can I move that? Can I move this? I don't think I can move that. Okay. I cannot move that. So this is a throwback to one of the pinup October drawings. I haven't had a chance to reloading the page reloads the puzzle. Yes. I haven't had a chance to totally go through like all of the various pinup October drawings, videos of them, and like speed them up and everything. But I did get some of them sped up. So this was, I want to say this is day 4. It's like 14 minutes long. So yeah. Enjoy if you'd like. Get up, stretch, all that jazz. Remind. Thank you again to everybody that's hanging out. Thank you again to everybody that's making purchases. All the stuff and things. Greatly appreciated. I am going to step away and I will be right back, but you can enjoy this video in the meantime. And again, sorry, no sound on this one. All right. We are back. I got another new snack. Like trail mix of dried fruits and things. And always have like something nearby so I can like wipe my fingers as I go. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. I gotta come over here. Do. I'm not gonna reconnect to the puzzle yet. I want to see how it's coming along, but I don't want to hear the ad. Mute that. Myself plugged back in here. Looking good over there in Puzzletopia. I kind of want to take a minute and work the puzzle for like a minute or 5. All right. I should also like have shared this in Discord and stuff, but I don't know. Can't do everything. I want to thank y'all so much. My goal for today was like, can I get 10 orders today? We are 6 right now. I'm so very happy. All so much appreciated. Get in on this puzzle real quick. We're going to get in on the puzzle real quick, and then we're going to do the December coloring page. So if you want to color along with me on that one, you can color along with me on that one. But I'm going to work the puzzle. Eat a little snacky snack for a minute here. Check in with everyone. I'm going to share the stream over on the Facebooks one more time. Just keep sharing it. One more time. This way? It's going to take forever. Okay. Double check Instagram over here. See if I'm still alive. I am not. Okay. Okay. Can you shake this before it decides? Copy. Paste. Hope that works. All right. We're gonna puzzle for a minute. We're gonna eat our snacky snack. Come back over to chat over here. Chat. There we go. Now I can see everything. I'm gonna ambiguify this a little bit. I'm sorry if you have things arranged in a certain way. Sorry if I just messed anybody up. Only arrangement is a few pieces together, otherwise total anarchy. That's not total anarchy. I've seen total anarchy before. This isn't total anarchy. No. I just want to do a little bit, and then I'll get back to some artworks. But we haven't puzzled a puzzle together in some time, so I'm glad we're doing it. It's been a while. I hope y'all can't hear me chewing. I didn't think so, but I had to check. Hiya, Shy. We're taking a snack and puzzle break. We already colored one color. We did a coloring. And then we're going to do another coloring at some point. Yay for being done working. That's always happy. Tis always a happy. Hey there, Shadow Man. Could you please bring me the art iPad when you get a second?
Say what?
Could you please bring me the art iPad when you get a second?
That's the old one.
No, it's like in the thing under, like where I usually keep them. The one that's not on the counter. We are puzzling our puzzlers over here. Thank you kindly. I gotta fire this one up. Then we can show you some stuff. This one isn't the best. Yay! I'm so glad to hear it. So we've got me bringing the lights. Wrong direction. These others are not finished yet, so they'll get finished like more towards the end of the month. But we've got OA bringing the pickle ornaments. We've got Hellbound, even less finished. And we've got Shy, also not finished, bringing a dragon to Christmas, which has inspired new lore that I'm not the biggest fan of. But yes, Shy is bringing this crazy Christmas dragon. And to that, we'll be outing 2 other friends. What happened is I had to change the hairstyle on the dragon several times. And they started trouble. And started mentioning it in other streams. It wasn't me. All right, a little more snacky snack. We're up to 6 orders for today. I'm so appreciative. We're working on our puzzle. Yeah, right? It was tons. Not that you could ever believe that. Tons would never, you know. I want to finish this one little section. I do not have a Discord. Well, I have a Discord, but I don't use a Discord because I'm in a group Discord. But Discord has too many notifications. And I'm one of those people that needs to have completely cleared notifications. Hi, Ben. We've colored, we've done stuff and things. But yeah, the notifications stress me out. It's not even about turning them on and off. It's about it's about seeing like the little red number. Like I can't. I want to clear it. I want that little red number to be 0. That is the number I prefer. But yeah, I was hoping to finish this little section and then we'll color some more. Mark is red. But we're taking a snack break. We're doing stuff and things. I don't know if I think you haven't been here in a minute, Ben, but we've got secret Satan things have started coming in. They're behind me. Other secret Satan things have been ordered. We're puzzling. We're listening to stuff. We're coloring. We're going to do some giveaways at end of stream. We've gotten 6 orders so far. We're having a time. That's because it's dinner time. And she wants her food yesterday. She would like her food to have been delivered yesterday, please. We're all just searching around on here. We're getting it done. I'm about to go back to coloring and such and getting our Christmas carol on. But I so appreciate all of you. You have no idea. everyone that's just hanging out and giving me some watch time, everyone that's ordered, everyone that's shared or commented or engaged with stuff and things, all that jazz. Y'all are very much appreciated. And once again, because I didn't have time to shut that off, Cellular Solstice is happening, indeed. However, registration has been closed. Man, these other ones are hiding very, very, very well. The last one in the set I'm looking for. Are you it? You are it. I went around the world. And it just came on back. And in case you don't know, you can hit the preview and you can see what it's supposed to look like. Remind yourself what's going on there. That's what we're building. Colorful pyramid of presents. Let's get on to the second of the ghosts. Let's get out of the past and come to the present.
Stave 3
And get back to
of
work.
A Christmas Carol. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Bob Newford.
I'm still going to eat snacks, though.
A Christmas Carol by Charles Dickens. Stave 3. The second of the three spirits.
I
Awakening
loosely
in the
know what I
middle
want
of
to
a
do for colors,
prodigiously
but I
tough
don't know
snore
what I want to do
and
for
sitting
colors
up
yet.
in bed to get his thoughts together, Scrooge had no occasion to be told that the bell was again upon the stroke of 1. He felt that he was restored to consciousness in the right nick of time for the especial purpose of holding a conference with the second messenger dispatched to him through Jacob Marley's intervention. But finding that he turned uncomfortably cold when he began to wonder which of his curtains this new spectre would draw back, he put them every
Come on
one
in
aside
and know me
with his
better,
own
man.
hands,
What?
and lying down again established a
Oh,
sharp
wait, I'm
wicket
muted.
all round the bed. For he wished to challenge the spirit on the moment of its appearance,
Here we go.
and did not wish to be taken by surprise and made nervous. Gentlemen of the free and easy sort, who plume themselves on being acquainted with a move or two, and being usually equal to the time of day, express the wide range of their capacity for adventure by observing that they are good for anything from pitch and toss to manslaughter, between which opposite extremes no doubt there lies a tolerably wide and comprehensive range of subjects. Without venturing for Scrooge quite as heartily as this, I don't mind calling on you to believe that he was ready for a good broad field of strange appearances, and that nothing between a baby and a rhinoceros would have astonished him very much. Now, being prepared for almost anything, he was not by any means prepared for nothing, and consequently, when the bell struck 1 and no shape appeared, he was taken with a violent fit of trembling. 5 minutes, 10 minutes, a quarter of an hour went by, yet nothing came. All this time he lay upon his bed, the very core and centre of a blaze of ruddy light, which streamed upon it when the clock proclaimed the hour, and which, being only light, was more alarming than a dozen ghosts, as he was powerless to make out what it meant or would be at. and was sometimes apprehensive that he might be at that very moment an interesting case of spontaneous combustion, without having the consolation of knowing it. At last, however, he began to think, as you and I would have thought at first, for it is always the person not in the predicament who knows what ought to have been done in it, and would unquestionably have done it too. At last, I say, he began to think that the source and secret of this ghostly light might be in the adjoining room, from whence, on further tracing it, it seemed to shine. This idea taking full possession of his mind, he got up softly, and shuffled in his slippers to the door. The moment Scrooge's hand was on the lock, a strange voice called him by his name and bade him enter. He obeyed. It was his own room, there was no doubt about that, but it had undergone a surprising transformation. The walls and ceiling were so hung with living green that it looked like a perfect grove, from every part of which bright gleaming berries glistened. The crisp leaves of holly, mistletoe, and ivy reflected back the light, as if so many little mirrors had been scattered there, and such a mighty blaze went roaring up the chimney as that dull petrification of a hearth had never known in Scrooge's time, or Marley's, or for many and many a winter season gone. Heaped up on the floor, to form a kind of throne, were turkeys, geese, game, poultry, brawn, great joints of meat, sucking pigs, long wreaths of sausages, mince pies, plum pudding, barrels of oysters, red-hot chestnuts, cherry-cheeked apples, juicy oranges, luscious pears, immense twelfth cakes, and seething bowls of punch that made the chamber dim with their delicious steam. In easy state upon this couch there sat a jolly giant, glorious to see, who bore a glowing torch, in shape not unlike Plenty's horn, and held it up, high up, to shed its light on Scrooge, as he came peeping round the door. "Come in!" exclaimed the ghost. "Come in, and know me better, man."
There you go.
Scrooge entered timidly, and hung his head before this spirit. He was not the dogged Scrooge he had been, and though the spirit's eyes were clear and kind, he did not like to meet them. "I am the ghost of Christmas Present," said the spirit. "Look upon me." Scrooge reverently did so. It was clothed in one simple green robe, or mantle, bordered with white fur. This garment hung so loosely on the figure that its capacious breast was bare, as if disdaining to be warded or concealed by any artifice. Its feet, observable beneath the ample folds of the garment, were also bare, and on its head it wore no other covering than a holly wreath, set here and there with shining icicles. Its dark brown curls were long and free as its genial face, its sparkling eye, its open hand, its cheery voice, its unconstrained demeanor, and its joyful air. Girded round its middle was an antique scabbard, but no sword was in it, and the ancient sheath was eaten up with rust. "You have never seen the like of me before," exclaimed the spirit. "Never," Scrooge made answer to it. "Have never walked forth with the younger members of my family? Meaning, for I am very young, my elder brothers born in these later years?" pursued the phantom. "I don't think I have," said Scrooge. "I am afraid I have not. Have you had many brothers, spirit?" "More than 1,800, said the ghost. "Oh, a tremendous family to provide for," muttered Scrooge. The ghost of Christmas Present rose. "Spirit," said Scrooge submissively, "conduct me where you will. I went forth last night on compulsion. and I learnt a lesson which is working now. Tonight, if you have aught to teach me, let me profit by it. Touch my robe. Scrooge did as he was told, and held it fast. Holly, mistletoe, red berries, ivy, turkeys, geese, game, poultry, brawn, meat, pigs, sausages, oysters, pies, puddings, fruit, and punch all vanished instantly. So did the room, the fire, the ruddy glow, the hour of night, and they stood in the city streets on Christmas morning, where, for the weather was severe, the people made a rough but brisk and not unpleasant kind of music in scraping the snow from the pavement in front of their dwellings, and from the tops of their houses, whence it was mad delight to the boys to see it come plumping down into the road below, and splitting into artificial little snowstorms. The house fronts looked black enough, and the windows blacker, contrasting with the smooth white sheet of snow upon the roofs, and with the dirtier snow upon the ground, which last deposit had been ploughed up in deep furrows by the heavy wheels of carts and wagons, furrows that crossed and recrossed each other hundreds of times, where the great streets branched off and made intricate channels, hard to trace in the thick yellow
I need to
and
watch
icy
it.
water. The sky was gloomy, and the shortest streets were choked up with a dingy mist, half thawed, half frozen, whose heavier particles descended in a shower of sooty atoms, as if all the chimneys in Great Britain had, by one consent, caught fire, and were blazing away to their dear hearts' content. There was nothing very cheerful in the climate or the town, and yet there was an air of cheerfulness abroad that the clearest summer air and the brightest summer sun might have endeavored to diffuse in vain. For the people who were shoveling away on the housetops were jovial and full of glee, calling out to one another from the parapets, and now and then exchanging a facetious snowball, better-natured missile far than many a wordy jest, laughing heartily if it went right, and not less heartily if it went wrong. The poulterers' shops were still half open, and the fruiterers were radiant in their glory. There were great, round, pot-bellied baskets of chestnuts, shaped like the waistcoats of jolly old gentlemen, lolling at the doors and tumbling out into the street in their apoplectic opulence.
That's great.
There were ruddy, brown-faced, broad-girthed Spanish onions, shining in the fatness of their growth like Spanish friars, and winking from their shelves in wanton slyness at the girls as they went by and glanced demurely at the hung-up mistletoe. There were pears and apples clustered high in blooming pyramids. There were bunches of grapes, made, in the shopkeeper's benevolence, to dangle from conspicuous hooks, that people's mouths might water gratis as they passed. There were piles of filberts, mossy and brown, recalling, in their fragrance, ancient walks among the woods and pleasant shufflings ankle-deep through withered leaves. There were Norfolk biffins, squat and swarthy, setting off the yellow of the oranges and lemons, and in the great compactness of their juicy persons, urgently entreating and beseeching to be carried home in paper bags and eaten after dinner. The very gold and silver fish set forth among these choice fruits in a bowl, though members of a dull and stagnant-blooded race, appeared to know that there was something going on, and to a fish went gasping round and round their little world in slow and passionless excitement. The grocers! Oh, the grocers! Nearly closed, with perhaps 2 shutters down, or 1, but through these gaps such glimpses! It was not alone that the scales descending on the counter made a merry sound, or that the twine and roller parted company so briskly, or that the canisters were rattled up and down like juggling tricks, or even that the blended scents of tea and coffee were so grateful to the nose, or even that the raisins were so plentiful and rare, the almonds so extremely white, the sticks of cinnamon so long and straight, the other spices so delicious, the candied fruits so caked and spotted with molten sugar as to make the coldest lookers on feel faint and subsequently bilious. Nor was it that the figs were moist and pulpy, or that the French plums blushed in modest tartness from their highly decorated boxes, or that everything was good to eat and in its Christmas dress. But the customers were all so hurried and so eager in their hopeful promise of the day that they tumbled up against each other at the door, crashing their wicker baskets wildly, and left their purchases upon the counter, and came running back to fetch them, and committed hundreds of like mistakes in the best humor possible, while the grocer and his people were so frank and fresh that the polished hearts with which they fastened their aprons behind might have been their own, worn outside for general inspection, and for Christmas daws to peck at, if they chose. But soon the steeples called good people all to church and chapel, and away they came, flocking through the streets in their best clothes and with their gayest faces, and at the same time there emerged from scores of by-streets, lanes, and nameless turnings innumerable people, carrying their dinners to the bakers' shops. The sight of these poor revellers appeared to interest the spirit very much, for he stood with Scrooge beside him in a baker's doorway, and taking off the covers as their bearers passed, sprinkled incense on their dinners from his torch. And it was a very uncommon kind of torch, for once or twice, when there were angry words between some dinner-carriers who had jostled each other, he shed a few drops of water on them from it, and their good humor was restored directly. For they said it was a shame to quarrel upon Christmas Day, and so it was. God love it, so it was. In time the bells ceased, and the bakers were shut up, and yet there was a genial shadowing forth of all these dinners and the progress of their cooking in the thawed blotch of wet above each baker's oven, where the pavement smoked as if its stones were cooking too. "Is there a peculiar flavor in what you sprinkle from your torch?" asked Scrooge. "There is. My own." "Would it apply to any kind of dinner on this day?" asked Scrooge. "To any kindly given. To a poor one most." "Why to a poor one most?" asked Scrooge. "Because it needs it most." "Spirit," said Scrooge, after a
Do
moment's
it.
thought.
Make it.
"I wonder you, of all the beings in the many worlds about us, should desire to cramp these people's opportunities of innocent enjoyment." "Aye?" cried the spirit. "You would deprive them of their means of dining every 7th day, often the only day on which they can be said to dine at all," said Scrooge. "Wouldn't you?" "Aye?" cried the spirit. "You seek to close these places on the 7th day," said Scrooge, "and it comes to the same thing." "I seek!" exclaimed the spirit. "Forgive me if I am wrong. It has been done in your name, or at least in that of your family," said Scrooge. "There are some upon this earth of yours," returned the spirit, "who lay claim to know us, and who do their deeds of passion, pride, ill will, hatred, envy, bigotry, and selfishness in our name, who are as strange to us and all our kith and kin as if
It
they
should
had never
be.
lived.
Or way. I
Remember
don't know why it
that,
isn't.
and charge their doings on themselves, not us." Scrooge promised that he would, and they went on, invisible as they had been before, into the suburbs of the town. It was a remarkable quality of the ghost, which Scrooge had observed at the baker's, that notwithstanding his gigantic size, he could accommodate himself to any place with ease, and that he stood beneath a low roof quite as gracefully and like a supernatural creature as it was possible he could have done in any lofty hall. And perhaps it was the pleasure the good spirit had in showing off this power of his, or else it was his own kind, generous-hearted nature, and his sympathy with all poor men, that led him straight to Scrooge's clerk's, for there he went, and took Scrooge with him, holding to his robe. And on the threshold of the door the spirit smiled and stopped to bless Bob Cratchit's dwelling with the sprinkling of his torch. Think of that! Bob had 15 bob a week himself. He pocketed on Saturdays but 15 copies of his Christian name, and yet the ghost of Christmas present blessed his 4-roomed house. Then up rose Mrs. Cratchit, Cratchit's wife, dressed out but poorly in a twice-turned gown, but brave in ribbons, which are cheap and make a goodly show for 6pence, and she laid the cloth, assisted by Belinda Cratchit, second of her daughters, also brave in ribbons, while Master Peter Cratchit plunged a fork into the saucepan of potatoes, and getting the corners of his monstrous shirt-collar, Bob's private property conferred upon his son and heir in honor of the day, into his mouth, rejoiced to find himself so gallantly attired, and yearned to show his linen in the fashionable parks. And now 2 smaller Cratchits, boy and girl, came tearing in, screaming that outside the baker's they had smelt the goose, and known it for their own, and basking in luxurious thoughts of sage and onion, these young Cratchits danced about the table, and exalted Master Peter Cratchit to the skies, while he, not proud, although his collars nearly choked him, blew the fire until the slow potatoes, bubbling up, knocked loudly at the saucepan lid to be let out and peeled.
I like that line.
"What has ever got your precious father, then?" said Mrs. Cratchit. "And your brother, Tiny Tim? And Martha warn't as late last Christmas Day by half an hour." "Here's Martha, mother," said a girl, appearing as she spoke. "Here's Martha, mother," cried the 2 young Cratchits. "Hurrah! There's such a goose, Martha!" "My bless your heart alive, my dear, how late you are!" said Mrs. Cratchit, kissing her a dozen times, and taking off her shawl and bonnet for her with officious zeal. "We'd a deal of work to finish up last night," replied the girl, "and had to clear away this morning, mother." "Well, never mind, so long as you are come," said Mrs. Cratchit. "Sit ye down before the fire, my dear, and have a warm, Lord bless ye." "No, no, there's father coming," cried the 2 young Cratchits, who were everywhere at once. "Hide, Martha, hide!" So Martha hid herself, and in came little Bob, the father, with at least 3 feet of comforter, exclusive of the fringe, hanging down before him, and his threadbare clothes darned up and brushed to look seasonable, and Tiny Tim upon his shoulder. Alas for Tiny Tim! He bore a little crutch, and had his limbs supported by an iron frame. "Why, where's our Martha?" cried Bob Cratchit, looking around. "Not coming," said Mrs. Cratchit. "Not coming?" said Bob, with a sudden declension in his high spirits, for he had been Tim's blood-horse all the way from church, and had come home rampant. "Not coming upon Christmas Day!" Martha didn't like to see him disappointed, if it were only in joke, so she came out prematurely from behind the closet door and ran into his arms, while the 2 young Cratchits hustled Tiny Tim and bore him off into the wash-house, that he might hear the pudding singing in the copper. "And how did little Tim behave?" said Mrs. Cratchit, when she had rallied Bob on his credulity, and Bob had hugged his daughter to his heart's content. "Oh, as good as gold," said Bob, "and better. Somehow he gets thoughtful, sitting by himself so much, and thinks the strangest things you ever heard. He told me, coming home, that he hoped the people saw him in the church, because he was a cripple, and it might be pleasant to them to remember on Christmas Day, who made the lame beggars walk, and blind men see." Bob's voice was tremulous when he told them this, and trembled more when he said that Tiny Tim was growing strong and hearty. His active little crutch was heard upon the floor, and back came Tiny Tim before another word was spoken, escorted by his brother and sister to his stool before the fire. And while Bob, turning up his cuffs, as if, poor fellow, they were capable of being made more shabby, compounded some hot mixture in a jug with gin and lemons, and stirred it round and round, and put it on the hob to simmer. Master Peter and the two ubiquitous young Cratchits went to fetch the goose, with which they soon returned in high procession. Such a bustle ensued that you might have thought a goose the rarest of all birds, a feathered phenomenon, to which a black swan was a matter of course. And in truth it was something very like it in that house. Mrs. Cratchit made the gravy, ready beforehand in a little saucepan, hissing hot. Master Peter mashed the potatoes with incredible vigor. Miss Belinda sweetened up the apple sauce. Martha dusted the hot plates. Bob took Tiny Tim beside him in a tiny corner at the table. The two young Cratchits set chairs for everybody, not forgetting themselves, and mounting guard upon their posts, crammed spoons into their mouths, lest they should shriek for goose before their time came to be helped. At last the dishes were set on, and grace was said. It was succeeded by a breathless pause, as Mrs. Cratchit, looking slowly all along the carving-knife, prepared to plunge it in the breast. But when she did, and when the long-expected gush of stuffing issued forth, one murmur of delight arose all round the board, and even Tiny Tim, excited by the two young Cratchits, beat on the table with the handle of his knife, and feebly cried, "Hurrah!" There was never such a goose. Bob said he didn't believe there ever was such a goose cooked. Its tenderness and flavor, size and cheapness, were the themes of universal admiration. Eked out by apple sauce and mashed potatoes, it was a sufficient dinner for the whole family. Indeed, as Mrs. Cratchit said with great delight, surveying one small atom of a bone upon the dish, they hadn't ate it all at last. Yet every one had had enough, and the youngest Cratchits in particular were steeped in sage and onion to the eyebrows. But now, the plates being changed by Miss Belinda, Mrs. Cratchit left the room alone, too nervous to bear witnesses, to take the pudding up and bring it in. Suppose it should not be done enough. Suppose it should break in turning out. Suppose somebody should have got over the wall of the backyard and stolen it, while they were merry with the goose, a supposition at which the two young Cratchits became livid. All sorts of horrors were supposed. Hullo! A great deal of steam. The pudding was out of the copper. A smell like a washing day. That was the cloth. A smell like an eating-house and a pastry-cook's next door to each other, with a laundress's next door to that. That was the pudding. In half a minute Mrs. Cratchit entered, flushed but smiling proudly, with the pudding, like a speckled cannon-ball, so hard and firm, blazing in half a quartern of ignited brandy, and bedight with Christmas holly stuck into the top. Oh, a wonderful pudding! Bob Cratchit said, and calmly too, that he regarded it as the greatest success achieved by Mrs. Cratchit since their marriage. Mrs. Cratchit said that now the weight was off her mind, she would confess that she had her doubts about the quantity of flour. Everybody had something to say about it, but nobody said or thought it was at all a small pudding for a large family. It would have been flat heresy to do so. Any Cratchit would have blushed at the hint at such a thing. At last the dinner was all done. The cloth was cleared, the hearth swept, and the fire made up. The compound in the jug being tasted, and considered perfect, apples and oranges were put upon the table, and a shovelful of chestnuts on the fire. Then all the Cratchit family drew round the hearth, in what Bob Cratchit called a circle, meaning half a one. and at Bob Cratchit's elbow stood the family display of glass, 2 tumblers, and a custard cup without a handle. These held the hot stuff from the jug, however, as well as golden goblets would have done, and Bob served it out with beaming looks, while the chestnuts on the fire sputtered and cracked noisily. Then Bob proposed. "A Merry Christmas to us all, my dears. God bless us," which all the family re-echoed. "God bless us, every one," said Tiny Tim, the last of all. He sat very close to his father's side upon his little stool. Bob held his withered little hand in his, as if he loved the child, and wished to keep him by his side.
As
and
if he
dreaded
loved
that
him.
might
Not that he
be
loved
taken
him, as
from him.
if he did.
"Spirit," said Scrooge, with an interest he had never felt
Weird phrasing.
before, "tell me if Tiny Tim will live." "I see a vacant seat," replied the ghost, "in the poor chimney corner, and a crutch without an owner, carefully preserved. If these shadows remain unaltered by the future, the child will die." "No, no," said Scrooge. "Oh, no, kind spirit. Say he will be spared." "If these shadows remain unaltered by the future, another of my race," returned the ghost, "will find him here. What then? If he be like to die, he had better do it, and decrease the surplus population." Scrooge hung his head to hear his own words quoted by the spirit, and was overcome with penitence and grief. "Man," said the ghost, "if man you be in heart, not adamant, forbear that wicked cant until you have discovered what the surplus is, and where it is. Will you decide what men shall live, what men shall die? It may be that in the sight of heaven you are more worthless and less fit to live than millions like this poor man's child. O God, to hear the insect on the leaf pronouncing on the too much life among his hungry brothers in the dust." Scrooge bent before the ghost's rebuke, and trembling cast his eyes upon the ground. But he raised them speedily on hearing his own name. "Mr. Scrooge," said Bob, "I'll give you Mr. Scrooge, the founder of the feast." "The founder of the feast, indeed!" cried Mrs. Cratchit, reddening. "I wish I had him here. I'd give him a piece of my mind to feast upon, and I'd hope he'd have a good appetite for it." "My dear," said Bob, "the children! Christmas Day!" "It should be a Christmas Day, I am sure," said she, "on which one drinks the health of such an odious, stingy, hard, unfeeling man as Mr. Scrooge. You know he is, Robert. Nobody knows it better than you do, poor fellow." "My dear," was Bob's mild answer, "Christmas Day." "I'll drink his health for your sake, and the day's," said Mrs. Cratchit, "not for his. Long life to him. A Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year. He'll be very merry and very happy, I have no doubt." The children drank the toast after her. It was the first of their proceedings which had no heartiness. Tiny Tim drank it last of all, but he didn't care twopence for it. Scrooge was the ogre of the family. The mention of his name cast a dark shadow on the party, which was not dispelled for full 5 minutes. After it had passed away, they were 10 times merrier than before, from the mere relief of Scrooge the baleful being done with. Bob Cratchit told them how he had a situation in his eye for Master Peter, which would bring in, if obtained, full 5 and 6pence weekly. The 2 young Cratchits laughed tremendously at the idea of Peter's being a man of business, and Peter himself looked thoughtfully at the fire from between his collars, as if he were deliberating what particular investments he should favor when he came into the receipt of that bewildering income. Martha, who was a poor apprentice at a milliner's, then told them what kind of work she had to do, and how many hours she worked at a stretch, and how she meant to lie abed tomorrow morning for a good long rest, tomorrow being a holiday she passed at home. Also, how she had seen a countess and a lord some days before, and how the lord was much about as tall as Peter, at which Peter pulled up his collar so high that you couldn't have seen his head if you had been there. All this time the chestnuts and the jug went round and by they had a song about a lost child traveling in the snow from Tiny Tim, who had a plaintive little voice, and sang it very well indeed. There was nothing of high mark in this. They were not a handsome family. They were not well dressed, their shoes were far from waterproof, their clothes were scanty, and Peter might have known, or very likely did, the inside of a pawnbroker's. But they were happy, grateful, pleased with one another, and contented with the time. And when they faded, and looked happier yet in the bright sprinklings of the spirit's torch at parting, Scrooge had his eye upon them, and especially on Tiny Tim, until the last. By this time it was getting dark, and snowing pretty heavily, and as Scrooge and the spirit went along the streets, the brightness of the roaring fires in kitchens, parlors, and all sorts of rooms was wonderful. Here the flickering of the blaze showed preparations for a cozy dinner, with hot plates baking through and through before the fire, and deep red curtains, ready to be drawn to shut out cold and darkness. There all the children of the house were running out into the snow to meet their married sisters, brothers, cousins, uncles, aunts, and be the first to greet them. Here, again, were shadows on the window blind of guests assembling, and there a group of handsome girls, all hooded and fur-booted, and all chattering at once, tripped lightly off to some near neighbor's house, where, woe upon the single man who saw them enter, artful witches well they knew it, in a glow. But if you had judged from the numbers of people on their way to friendly gatherings, you might have thought that no one was at home to give them welcome when they got there, instead of every house expecting company and piling up its fires half chimney high. Blessings on it, how the ghost exulted! How it bared its breadth of breast, and opened its capacious palm, and floated on, outpouring with a generous hand its bright and harmless mirth on everything within its reach. The very lamplighter, who ran on before, dotting the dusky street with specks of light, and who was dressed to spend the evening somewhere, laughed out loudly as the spirit passed, though little kenned the lamplighter that he had any company but Christmas. And now, without a word of warning from the ghost, they stood upon a bleak and desert moor, where monstrous masses of rude stone were cast about as though it were the burial place of giants, and water spread itself wheresoever it listed, or would have done so, but for the frost that held it prisoner, and nothing grew but moss and furze, and coarse rank grass. Down in the west the setting sun had left a streak of fiery red, which glared upon the desolation for an instant like a sullen eye, and frowning lower, lower, lower yet, was lost in the thick gloom of darkest night. "What place is this?" asked Scrooge. "A place where miners live, who labor in the bowels of the earth," returned the spirit. "But they know me. See!" A light shone from the window of a hut, and swiftly they advanced towards it. Passing through the wall of mud and stone, they found a cheerful company assembled round a glowing fire. An old man and woman, with their children and their children's children, and another generation beyond that, all decked out gaily in their holiday attire. The old man, in a voice that seldom rose above the howling of the wind upon the barren waste, was singing them a Christmas song. It had been a very old song when he was a boy, and from time to time they all joined in the chorus. So surely as they raised their voices, the old man got quite blithe and loud, and so surely as they stopped, his vigor sank again. The spirit did not tarry here, but bade Scrooge hold his robe, and passing on above the moor, sped whither? Not to see, to sea. To Scrooge's horror, looking back, he saw the last of the land, a frightful range of rocks, behind them, and his ears were deafened by the thundering of water, as it rolled and roared and raged among the dreadful caverns it had worn, and fiercely tried to undermine the earth. Built upon a dismal reef of sunken rocks, some league or so from shore, on which the waters chafed and dashed the wild year through, there stood a solitary lighthouse. Great heaps of seaweed clung to its base, and storm-birds, born of the wind, one might suppose, as seaweed of the water, rose and fell about it like the waves they skimmed. But even here 2 men who watched the light had made a fire, that through the loophole in the thick stone wall shed out a ray of brightness on the awful sea. Joining their horny hands over the rough table at which they sat, they wished each other Merry Christmas in their can
Freezing.
of grog. And one of them, the elder too, with his face all damaged and scarred with hard weather, as the figurehead of an old ship might be, struck up a sturdy song that was like a gale in itself. Again the ghost sped on, above the black and heaving sea. On, until, being far away, as he told Scrooge, from any shore, they lighted on a ship. They stood beside the helmsman at the wheel, the lookout in the bow, the officers who had the watch. Dark, ghostly figures in their several stations, and every man among them hummed a Christmas tune, or had a Christmas thought, or spoke below his breath to his companion of some bygone Christmas day, with homeward hopes belonging to it. And every man on board, waking or sleeping, good or bad, had had a kinder word for another on that day than on any day in the year, and had shared to some extent in its festivities, and had remembered those he cared for at a distance, and had known that they delighted to remember him. It was a great surprise to Scrooge, while listening to the moaning of the wind, and thinking what a solemn thing it was to move on through the lonely darkness over an unknown abyss, whose depths were secrets as profound as death. It was a great surprise to Scrooge, while thus engaged, to hear a hearty laugh. It was a much greater surprise to Scrooge to recognize it as his own nephew's, and to find himself in a bright, dry, gleaming room, with the spirit standing smiling by his side, and looking at that same nephew with approving affability. "Ha, ha, 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 ha!" laughed Scrooge's nephew. "Ha, ha, 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 ha! If you should happen by any unlikely chance to know a man more blessed in a laugh than Scrooge's nephew, all I can say is I should like to know him too. Introduce him to me, and I'll cultivate his acquaintance. It is a fair, even-handed, noble adjustment of things, that while there is infection and disease and sorrow, there is nothing in the world so irresistibly contagious as laughter and good humor." When Scrooge's nephew laughed in his way, holding his sides, rolling his head, and twisting his face into the most extravagant contortions, Scrooge's niece, by marriage, laughed as heartily as he, and their assembled friends, being not a bit behindhand, roared out lustily, "He said that Christmas was a humbug, as I live!" cried Scrooge's nephew. "He believed it, too." "More shame for him, Fred," said Scrooge's niece indignantly. "Bless those women, they never do anything by halves. They are always in earnest." She was very pretty, exceedingly pretty, with a dimpled, surprised-looking capital face, a ripe little mouth that seemed made to be kissed, as no doubt it was, all kinds of good little dots about her chin that melted into one another when she laughed,
Creepy
and the sunniest pair of
uncle.
eyes you ever saw in any little creature's head. Altogether she was what you would have called provoking, you know, but satisfactory, too. Oh, perfectly
What?
satisfactory. He's a
Creepy
comical
uncle.
old fellow,
Creepy
said
uncle.
Scrooge's nephew. That's the truth, and not so pleasant as he might be. However, his offences carry their own punishment, and I have nothing to say against him. I'm sure he's very rich, Fred, hinted Scrooge's niece. At least you always tell me so. What of that, my dear? Said Scrooge's nephew. His wealth is of no use to him. He don't do any good with it. He don't make himself comfortable with it.
Right?
He hasn't the
Creepy
satisfaction of
uncle.
thinking that he is ever going to benefit us with it. I have no patience with him, observed Scrooge's niece. Scrooge's niece's sisters, and all the other ladies, expressed the same opinion. Oh, I have, said Scrooge's nephew. I am sorry for him. I couldn't be angry with him if I tried. Who suffers by his ill whims? Himself, always. Here he takes it into his head to dislike us, and he won't come and dine with us. What's the consequence? He don't lose much of a dinner. Indeed, I think he loses a very good dinner, interrupted Scrooge's niece. Everybody else said the same, and they must be allowed to have been competent judges, because they had just had dinner, and with the dessert upon the table were clustered round the fire by lamplight. Well, I'm very glad to hear it, said Scrooge's nephew, because I haven't great faith in these young housekeepers. What do you say, Topper? Topper had clearly got his eye upon one of Scrooge's niece's sisters, for he answered that a bachelor was a wretched outcast, who had no right to express an opinion on the subject. Whereat Scrooge's niece's sister, the plump one with the lace tucker, not the one with the roses, blushed. Do go on, Fred, said Scrooge's niece, clapping her hands. He never finishes what he begins to say. He is such a ridiculous fellow. Scrooge's nephew revelled in another laugh, and as it was impossible to keep the infection off, though the plump sister tried hard to do it with aromatic vinegar, his example was unanimously followed. I was only going to say, said Scrooge's nephew, that the consequence of his taking a dislike to us and not making merry with us is, I think, that he loses some pleasant moments which could do him no harm. I am sure he loses pleasanter companions than he can find in his own thoughts, either in his mouldy old office or his dusty chambers. I mean to give him the same chance every year, whether he likes it or not, for I pity him. He may rail at Christmas till he dies, but he can't help thinking better of it, I defy him, if he finds me going there in good temper year after year, and saying, Uncle Scrooge, how are you? If it only puts him in the vein to leave his poor clerk £50, that's something. And I think I shook him yesterday. It was their turn to laugh now at the notion of his shaking Scrooge, but being thoroughly good-natured, and not much caring what they laughed at, so that they laughed at any rate, he encouraged them in their merriment, and passed the bottle joyously. After tea they had some music, for they were a very musical family, and knew what they were about when they sang a glee or catch, I can assure you, especially Topper, who would growl away in the bass like a good one, and never swell the large veins in his forehead, or get red in the face over it. Scrooge's niece played well upon the harp, and played among other tunes a simple little air, a mere nothing, you might learn to whistle it in 2 minutes, which had been familiar to the child who fetched Scrooge from the boarding-school, as he had been reminded by the ghost of Christmas past. When this strain of music sounded, all the things that ghost had shown him came upon his mind, he softened more and more, and thought that if he could have listened to it often, years ago, he might have cultivated the kindnesses of life for his own happiness with his own hands, without resorting to the sexton's spade that buried Jacob Marley. But they didn't devote the whole evening to music. After a while they played at forfeits, for it is good to be children sometimes, and never better than Christmas, when its mighty founder was a child himself. Stop! There was first a game at Blind Man's Bluff. Of course there was. And I no more believe Topper was really blind than I believe he had eyes in his boots. My opinion is that it was a done thing between him and Scrooge's nephew, and that the ghost of Christmas Present knew it. The way he went after that plump sister in the lace tucker was an outrage on the credulity of human nature. Knocking down the fire irons, tumbling over the chairs, bumping against the piano, smothering himself among the curtains, wherever she went, there went he.
Creepy.
He always knew where the plump sister was. He wouldn't catch anybody else. If you had fallen up against him, as some of them did, on purpose, he would have made a feint of endeavoring to seize you, which would have been an affront to your understanding, and would instantly have sidled off in the direction of the plump sister. She often cried out that it wasn't fair, and it really was not. But when at last he caught her, when, in spite of all her silken rustlings and her rapid flutterings past him, he got her into a corner whence there was no escape, then his conduct was the most execrable. For his pretending not to know her, his pretending that it was necessary to touch her head-dress, and further to assure himself of her identity by pressing a certain ring upon her finger, and a certain chain about her neck, was vile, monstrous. No doubt she told him her opinion of it, when, another blind man being in office, they were so very confidential together, behind the curtains. Scrooge's niece was not one of the blind man's buff party, but was made comfortable with a large chair and a footstool in a snug corner, where the ghost and Scrooge were close behind her. But she joined in the forfeits, and loved her love to admiration with all the letters of the alphabet.
Yeah.
Likewise, at the game of How, When, and Where, she was very great, and to the secret joy of Scrooge's nephew, beat her sisters hollow, though they were sharp girls too, as Topper could have told you. There might have been 20 people there, young and old, but they all played, and so did Scrooge, for wholly forgetting, in the interest he had in what was going on, that his voice made no sound in their ears, he sometimes came out with his guess quite loud, and very often guessed quite right too, for the sharpest needle, best Whitechapel, warranted not to cut in the eye, was not sharper than Scrooge, blunt as he took it in his head to be. The ghost was greatly pleased to find him in this mood, and looked upon him with such favor that he begged like a boy to be allowed to stay until the guests departed. But this, the spirit said, could not be done. "Here is a new game," said Scrooge. "Oh, 1/2 hour, spirit, only one." It was a game called Yes and No, where Scrooge's nephew had to think of something, and the rest must find out what, he only answering to their questions yes or no, as the case was. The brisk fire of questioning to which he was exposed elicited from him that he was thinking of an animal, a live animal, rather a disagreeable animal, a savage animal, an animal that growled and grunted sometimes, and talked sometimes, and lived in London, and walked about the streets, and wasn't made a show of, and wasn't led by anybody, and didn't live in a menagerie, and was never killed in a market, and was not a horse, or an ass, or a cow, or a bull, or a tiger, or a dog, or a pig, or a cat, or a bear. At every fresh question that was put to him, this nephew burst into a fresh roar of laughter, and was so inexpressibly tickled that he was obliged to get up off the sofa and stamp, At last the plump sister, falling into a similar state, cried out, "Ah, I have found it! I know what it is, Fred, I know what it is." "What is it?" cried Fred. "It's your Uncle Scrooge!" Which it certainly was. Admiration was the universal sentiment, though some objected that the reply to "Is it a bear?" ought to have been "Yes," inasmuch as an answer in the negative was sufficient to have diverted their thoughts from Mr. Scrooge, supposing they had ever had any tendency that way. "He has given us plenty of merriment, I am sure," said Fred, "and it would be ungrateful not to drink his health. Here is a glass of mulled wine ready to our hand at the moment. And I say, Uncle Scrooge!" "Well, Uncle Scrooge!" they cried. "A Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year to the old man, whatever he is," said Scrooge's nephew. "He wouldn't take it from me, but may he have it nevertheless. Uncle Scrooge!" Uncle Scrooge had imperceptibly become so gay and light of heart that he would have pledged the unconscious company in return, and thanked them in an inaudible speech, if Ghost had given him time. But the whole scene passed off in the breath of the last word spoken by his nephew, and he and the spirit were again upon their travels. Much they saw, and far they went, and many homes they visited, but always with a happy end. The spirits stood beside sick beds, and they were cheerful; on foreign lands, and they were close at home; by struggling men, and they were patient in their greatest hope; by poverty, and it was rich. In almshouse, hospital, and jail, in misery's every refuge, where vain man in his little brief authority had not made fast the door and barred the spirit out, he left his blessing and taught Scrooge his precepts. It was a long night, if it were only a night, but Scrooge had his doubts of this, because the Christmas holidays appeared to be condensed into the space of time they passed together. It was strange, too, that while Scrooge remained unaltered in his outward form, the ghost grew older, clearly older. Scrooge had observed this change, but never spoke of it until they left the children's 12th night party, when, looking at the spirit as they stood together in an open place, he noticed that his hair was gray. "Are spirits' lives so short?" asked Scrooge. "My life upon this globe is very brief," replied the ghost. "It ends tonight." "Tonight?" cried Scrooge. "Tonight at midnight. Hark! The time is drawing near." The chimes were ringing the 11:75 at that moment. "Forgive me if I am not justified in what I ask," said Scrooge, looking intently at the spirit's robe, "but I see something strange, and not belonging to yourself, protruding from your skirts. Is it a foot or a claw?" "It might be a claw, for the flesh there is upon it," said the spirit's sorrowful reply. "Look here." From the foldings of its robe it brought 2 children, wretched, abject, frightful, hideous, miserable. They knelt down at his feet and clung upon the outside of his garment. "Oh, man, look here! Look, down here!" exclaimed the ghost. They were a boy and a girl, yellow, meagre, ragged, scowling, wolfish, but prostrate, too, in their humility. Where graceful youth should have filled their features out and touched them with its freshest tints, a stale and shriveled hand, like that of age, had pinched and twisted them and pulled them into shreds. Where angels might have sat enthroned, devils lurked and glared out menacing. No change, no degradation, no perversion of humanity, in any grade, through all the mysteries of wonderful creation, has monsters half so horrible and dread. Scrooge started back, appalled. Having them shown to him in this way, he tried to say they were fine children, but the words choked themselves rather than be parties to a lie of such enormous magnitude. "Spirit, are they yours?" Scrooge could say no more. "They are man's," said the spirit, looking down upon them, "and they cling to me, appealing from their fathers. This boy is ignorance. This girl is want. Beware them both, and all of their degree, but most of all beware this boy, for on his brow I see that written which is doom, unless the writing be erased. Deny it!" cried the spirit, stretching out his hand towards the city. "Slander those who tell it ye. Admit it for your factious purposes, and make it worse, and bide the end." "Have you no refuge or resource?" cried Scrooge. "Are there no prisons?" said the spirit, turning on him for the last time with his own words. "Are there no workhouses?" The bell struck 12. Scrooge looked about him for the ghost, and saw it not. As the last stroke ceased to vibrate, he remembered the prediction of old Jacob Marley, and lifting up his eyes, beheld a solemn phantom, draped and hooded, coming like a mist along the ground towards him. End of stave 3.
I need to go use the restroom and other such jazz. I hope some of you are still here when I return. If you are, absolutely love to see it. If you have not yet, please consider going over to the shop. If you just buy like a sticker, it would be much appreciated. Thank you to everyone who already has purchased today. We're going to do a giveaway at the end. There's about 40-ish or so minutes left. I said we were going to go till 8. We're going to end up going a little bit later than that. Obviously, at this point. So thanks to everyone that is hanging out with me. Greatly appreciate it. Even if you can't afford to buy anything, just chilling out here. Getting the view count up, letting the algorithms know. Like, hey, pay attention over here. Just want to finish this one that I'm working on, this color. Now I'm questioning other color things, my bobbers. Self-care break. Parts that are almost left. Parts that are so often left out. Yeah, for sure. Let's, of course, check back in on the puzzle. Just finished filming. Gonna have to do it again tomorrow after work. Oh my. I need to check on this puzzle real quick. I don't need to. I want to. Going places, doing things. Puzzles, puzzling. It's a puzzly puzzle. Oh, that's backwards. You? Up here? Yes. You over here? Yes. All right. I don't think I have another video for the moment. Anyone want to come in here, take over for 10 minutes? I don't think I have another video like on deck set up. But I do need to get up and walk around. I know what I can do. I just thought of something. It might not be the best view, but it'll be something. Something's better than nothing. Down to here. Put that one up. Facebook is so far behind everything else. Okay. Let's see. Okay, go like that. That would help a little bit. And you put it right here. Like that-ish. Sure. I know this one has a lot of time because this one's not done. This one's still only 128,253 dots. This one is the reason pointillism's banned. But the CC aren't speaking another language drunkenly, so there's that. All right. Well, thanks for being over there. But I know this will be a good little few minutes. Again, there won't be any sound. Sorry. But I know this one will go for at least a few minutes. Let's see here. Are you going to work? Are you going to play? Are you broken? I think it's broken. Can I watch this? Oh man, I think it's mad from the like 128,000 dots. This one's still loading. Loading. It's never gonna load. We broke it. Congratulations. We broke it. The boost. It's not working very well. I guess it's not because it's not working. All right. Let's see how long this one is. If this one even plays. It might get mad at me too. Okay, this one actually plays. How long is this one? This one's like 8.5 minutes or so. Forgot I could just do that. Enjoy. I'll be back. I maybe reset it, but yeah, I need to get a drink and walk around and all that jazz. Thanks again for all the support. We'll come back. We'll finish the thing and the stuff. Much love. I'll be right back. Bye for now. Gonna let that finish. Do I do the thing? We're gonna do the thing. Might regret that. Lights on, lights off. I think that's what I was messing with, just subtle stuff with the lights. Maybe? I don't know. I was going and doing last minute details. This child is ignorance, and he'll be the downfall of man if you don't wipe that word off his forehead there. And quick like is not something I remember. I mean, have you ever like read the text before? Like, have you actually like read the original text? Because usually the LibriVox readings are like the actual text, which can be different than like other adaptations and movies and stuff. No, we're not doing Lewis Carroll. Sorry to everyone on Twitch who's like, the automated stuff is not accurate. I forgot to go in and turn it off because it's a separate thing. Back over to here. That. There we go. Yeah, I love this website. I love LibriVox. We've listened to so much stuff. So much stuff. Anyway, we've only got a little bit here to go on this. I don't even know if I'm going to finish this one, this stream, because we're running over. I just want to remind everyone, please, if you can afford it, even if it's just $1, head on over to my website, renewedhughes.com. Check out the shop. Buy a sticker if you can. It would be greatly appreciated. I'm trying to get my stuff back into the green. It's been a rough year. Cost up, sales down. Working on some goals. Got some dreams. Got a thing I want to do. Go out into the world. with my art and stuff, but it's rough. You need to have money to make money. 9 hours later, I'm almost done with this one. Hey, that's not fair. We did this one, which took us like 3 hours first. This one was first. We did a different thing, okay? We haven't been doing this the whole time. We did a different thing that one time. We colored this one. I can't wait to scan these so you can like actually see the detail, because you can't really see the detail unless I like scan it. This one's not my favorite, but I don't hate it. I am like second guessing choices with this one though. But yeah, thanks everyone who's just hanging out, getting eyes on stuff, buying the things and the stuff. Everyone who's made a purchase so far, we're gonna at the end see who gets the commission at the end of the stream. So you got a little bit more time to get an order up on the wall. And an order up on the wall right now is just a sticker, because that's what I got. All the people, all the stuff and things done already. So very much appreciated. Everyone that's just hanging out with me, so very much appreciated. We're gonna put this over here. You're probably tired from the first project, so giving extra time for this one. Maybe a little bit. But also, I just took a space gummy, so let's see how this goes here in a little bit when that kicks in. That's when it'll get real interesting. All right, let's finish this. The last of the spirits. I feel like I'm about to regret this. Oh man. Are you coloring along, Noodly? And yes, also stickers, art prints, totes, these coloring pages. I do a free coloring page every single month. Got all this stuff. But yes, saving, mandatory. But if you're coloring along, I would love it if you have a way to figure out how to send it to me somehow, some way. I would love to see it. And are you coloring the November one or the December one, or did you find a different one? Because I've been doing these for, I think I started like last year. Looks like a circus tent. Hey, I'm cool with that. Can hear another stream? Both? What? Huh? What is happening right now? I'm so confused. Oh, that's me? Wait, what? Are you doing the like the watch another person thing? Are you like streaming yourself? I didn't get a notification that you were live. I don't know. I'm confused though. And the space gummy's kicking in. Anyway, ghost number 3 and me questioning my coloring choices. I'm about to introduce a new color. Well, not yet. In a minute. After I do this color, I'm going to introduce a new color. And I'm like, I'm not sure what I want to do. I feel like I should have incorporated more of this color like earlier in the piece, but it is what it is now. We're just going to go, and it's going to end up how it ends up, and it'll be fine. I hope, maybe. We'll see. I looked at my phone and thought, damn, that got me hit quick, and then the video skipped from where it was. Oh, watch another person can watch more than one person on 3 different platforms at the same time. Oh, I so appreciate the support. Nice. Love it. Love a fire. I feel like you just answered my question. I know now what certain people are bringing to the party. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Poor you. Oh my gosh. Yes, ish. What? What are you talking about? What is happening right now? What is going on? What? All right. Scrooge is about to wake up. Noodly, are you done with yours? Are you in a place where you would want to share it? I'm going to do a little bit more on this. I have like a certain stopping point in mind. I want to finish this outline that I'm working on around all the sides, and then I want to color in just like the back section of it, and then I'm probably going to leave the rest for another time because we've been on for a long time. But I've had a good time. I've been very encouraged by all of the support and all of the love. Like, you have no idea how much it means. I needed some wind back in my sails. I'm at this stopping point, but I'm totally going to print and finish in pen. This is great. Oh my goodness. I would love to see it if you're comfortable sharing it. I don't know if there's a way you can link it to me. I don't know if you have Google and you can like share a Google photo or send it to me like Facebook Messenger, or I don't think you can do photos in here. I am on Discord. I just don't have a Discord. But if you're comfortable sharing it, after we do the last stave here, which is quite short, this last stave is only about 15 minutes. Would love to share stuff and see who won the prize of a commission from me. And an additional giveaway just for anybody that's hanging out watching as a thank you. But we got up to 6 orders today. So someone's getting a commission from me. It'll be after the holiday, like in the new year, I will complete it. Yeah. Yeah. Oh no, I accidentally closed it. Dang it. Screen. I can words things. But yeah, last chance for any last minute orders. If you are coloring along with me or just working on anything and you'd like to share, you're gonna want to get it sent over to me. We are gonna start wrapping up way later than we were supposed to. But thanks again for all the stuff and things. Oh, nice. Thank you so much. Oh, I did this backwards. It's okay though. I'm having an intrusive thought. You ever have an intrusive thought? I did these two blues backwards. I meant for this blue to be down there and this blue to be up here. That was my preference. But it is what it is now. um, but thank you so much, everyone who's sharing and stuff. There's a few more minutes if you want to try and get an order in there and be entered for a commission in the new year. But you ever seen like one of those medical shows where someone like is suddenly like overly generous and then like it turns out they have a tumor and then like when they're all done giving away all their stuff, like after they get the tumor taken out, like then they're all broke and sad about it. That was just a thought I had. That was my intrusive thought that I've been having for like a minute or two over here. I wonder if that's what happened to Scrooge. Right? I'm just saying. Dang it. That was bad. Didn't mean to do that one. But I'm going to assault you a little first. There you go. No comment. Everyone. That only took us 7.5 hours to listen to. Art takes time. And once again, that was LibriVox.org. Free audiobooks that are in the public domain, read by volunteers for use in the public domain. There's usually different versions with different narrators, so you can find one that you really like. But yeah, we're about to have to leave this here. I'm going to finish working in this blue, and then I'm also going to do a test thing to the lighter blue areas, and then we're gonna see who gets the commission. We're gonna call it a night because it's getting late. I need to maybe eat some real food. I haven't really been eating real food today. Well, I ate some nuggets made in the toaster oven earlier. After tonight, I'll be back on Wednesday. We're going to work on elves. I may or may not come back on before then. I may work on elves a little bit off stream as well. But I'll be back on Wednesday. And Friday is the normal plan. And then next weekend, we have another one. Was the book playing? I didn't hear it. What? What? I know other people heard it. Don't do this. No. You're doing that thing where you're saying you didn't hear the thing, so I have to do it again. And that's not gonna happen. I was gonna take it as a compliment that you just want me to stay online. Anyway, as a special thank you for all of the love and support today. I haven't looked and seen everything. I've just been tracking that an order came in and loosely looked at stuff that people bought just because I'm curious what people are drawn to. But I'm gonna ask Shadow if you come on here and kill some spiders in my honor. and have a stream, like a little Christmassy present for all you Twitch peoples. Wasn't sure earlier because my mind is wandering. There was no book. What? It went silent? Y'all could not hear it? Oh no. I mean, it's been silent for a little while, but when I said God bless us everyone, like that was like the end of it. Other way. Like maybe over here. Off to the side. This way. This way. Swap them. Maybe. This. This. Yeah. This. 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 We're going with this. Oh my goodness. That was insanity. Seriously? Well, I'm sorry if you didn't get the Tiny Tim of it all. Anyway, we're doing one last thing on here, and then we're calling it a night. I don't know if anybody else is on, but I should be back Wednesday and Friday. And then next weekend, next Saturday, we are going to have Secular Solstice with Secret Satan. Same as last year, we will play Let's Make a Deal. And you can try and show some items to the camera. You don't have to, but you can win door prizes. I'm getting seasick from the scene change 3 times. I'm sorry. Oh no. Well, I can give you the link to the book so that you can finish it. I almost just had a heart attack for not double checking that this was the correct green. I truly am sorry if you didn't hear the book. I can post out the link for the book if anyone would like to finish it. They didn't get to finish it or wants to listen to it on their own time or wants to have it because they want to play it on their stream at some point. I can share that out in a minute. Like I said, we're about to get wrapped up here. I just wanted to try one quick thing because I am really super annoyed at the order in which I put these on. So we're just going to mess with it a little bit. So yeah, like I said, wrapping up any orders, and if you were coloring or creating along, I would love to see what you were working on. If you send it to me in any sort of way, I'm about to check all the stuff in the things. And I want to double check, but I think there was only one heARTdrop. I'm not sure what you're talking to about listening to it later. I'm listening to the last day of now. What is happening? I'm going to be stuck at work later than usual Saturday. Oh, no. I'm sorry. That sucks. Well, next Saturday is going to be another like longer stream, but not as long as this one. It's going to be a good 3-4 hours. But I have like shortened a variety of aspects to make them shorter. So it's probably going to be about 3-ish hours or so. And then anybody that wants to stay later than that can. But I'll send everybody a link out beforehand. And I'm still waiting for gifts to come in that I need to wrap up and account for. But I already recoded the game board to the current players. And I'm excited. It's gonna be a time. It's definitely gonna be a time. Shenaniganery. Laughs. All that jazz. I'm excited, but I don't know if I'm ready for it. Use the link for through the looking glass to find it. Nice. Yeah, sorry, I didn't have time to update that. But I'll post it for anyone else that wants to. All right, we're almost around. I got to do this section, and then that's it. We're tapping out for the night. Well, we're tapping out on the stream at least. I might sit back down and finish this up. Just because there's not too much more to do. But I do want to like get up for a significant break. Really get a good stretch out. Really get like a more nutritious, not even more nutritious, just more hearty food. Yep, I'm going to probably come back in with even another color because like I said, I'm annoyed because these are supposed to be flipped. Like the lighter color was supposed to be up there. What if I darken you? I'm just thinking out loud. This is like me working on the site last night, and now I've like learned other things that apparently like certain stuff can't be accessed correctly. So now I've got some new spider webs to dangle from and try and figure out and fix those things. It's a lot to keep up with when you're one person, and it sucks because I need to like post and share on social media, and that's the last thing I want to do. Like I want to make the art. I don't even mind like writing the descriptions and like certain other stuff, but it's just a freaking lot to try and keep up with. Try and make everything work correctly. We'll get there one day. We learn. We improve. Also, for those of you that have been here for a really long time, you know I have like a major project on the back burner, a major idea that I've had for a really long time, and I never felt like my art was like at the level. I've decided that I'm going to like be writing like a far more structured, like a far more structured plan for Isthaset. And if you know what that is, like I've explained it before, you know it's like an entire binder. I don't know if it's down here right now. I think it's upstairs right now. Yeah, I have it upstairs. I have an entire binder with an entire like world that I've built in my head. It's about a bunch of people who are all neurodivergent in their own way, but they're like stand-ins for the Egyptian gods and goddesses. And it's a weird, interesting world that I've built and explained in more detail in the past. But I plan to like begin more structured work on it instead of just thinking about it and writing ideas down and doing research. Like it's time to like sit down and take all of that and organize it. And then start it. Even if my art isn't, even if I don't feel like my art is where it needs to be, like where I want it to be to like really make that happen, like you just got to start and then we'll get better as we go and it'll be okay. Anyway, All right. I'm checking around. You have to stream on the writing category to and shorter. I don't know if I'll stream that. Like I'll probably be more likely to stream like actually drawing it. You find yourself in a strange place. You don't have access to any text channels, or there are none in this server. I cannot see anything in that Discord of it all. It is not letting me access that. Like at all. I'm HR Johnson art on there. Will this copy and paste correctly? No, it will not. Let's see. I want to check out what Noodly's been working on, and that's so awesome and so cool that you colored that along with me. I freaking love that. Where am I? What am I? Who am I? All right. I'm that on there. Some of you can just like message me directly. Ooh. See, I was about to do the same thing. There we go. I see that. I think we're good. I really want to see what Noodly's been working on. That's so freaking cool. Put this over here for a moment. You should be able to directly message it to me now. In the meantime, I'm going to put these over here because I don't want to lose my color palette. Yeah, no, we'll just take that down for right now. Yeah. We'll jerk the whole camera forward. I think, it timed out. Okay. I was like, did the lights die? Sad. Oh my gosh. That is amazing. I freaking love it. Can I share it? Can you share it? Can I share it? See, that's one of the things I honestly like. I'm not great at tooting my own horn, but one of the things I really love about my designs is that I feel like everybody can color them. You could even color them when you're in a different mood. You don't have to think too hard. You just have to pick a pattern and like go with it. And then you end up with something really freaking cool looking and uniquely your own. Like, even though it's my design, like every time you color it, it looks so different. I love it. 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 All right, you won't let me open your new tab? Can I open a browser? I can. Okay. All right. Do this. We're gonna look at Noodly's art. Noodly did, I think it was a digital. It looks kind of, I think it's digital. Oh my gosh. I'm so happy right now. I love when people color my designs. Okay, let's share this. Look at that. No, look at that. But I It's not gonna let me put like both, but like I adore it. Well, let me do that. Let me do that. This one? No, that's my best one. Sorry for moving them all around so fast. I'm not trying to like get y'all whatever, but I freaking love it. And you got like a shading thing going on in the background, like, and I understand like putting the gel pen on like at the end, like it makes everything like pop out when you add a light source. It makes everything like way better when you add like the light source, like with the gel pen, like I love it. Is you drunk? I'm not drunk. I'm just happy. Tons. I asked for some support today, and people have been providing support and hanging out with me for like 9 hours now. Oh my gosh. 8 hours. I don't know. It's been a while. Had to move around to tell that it was shaded for sure or not. Things can look weird on the monitor otherwise. I don't know if it's intentionally shaded or not. I think it is. But yes, things can look weird on the monitor. But yeah, I adore this. Thank you so much for coloring along with me. I love this. What am I doing? What am I doing? We are going to check in, see if there are any more orders real quick. I don't see any more orders. We have 6 going right here. To keep it anonymous-ish, nope, wrong one. Okay. We are going to see who gets the thing. The shading is intentional. Deeper on the bottom and the top. It's reverse pillow shaded on the blue and white striped. Yes, that's what I thought. She was... I need to reline the black lines once the digital brush muted them pretty hard. Yeah, it can do that. It can definitely do that. She's been on since Thursday. That's not drinking sleep deprivation. Oh my gosh. Yeah, so much. I can imagine. This is just showing an ad. Good. Anyway, so we had 6 sales. Number 5 was a heARTdrop. I'm gonna spin the wheel and then I'm gonna look and see who gets free commission from me. A digital like character commission, which we will complete in the new year. Live over on Twitch. That show that Couldn't Tell Neil was on until it was mentioned. He's also there with Randolph. What? I didn't get in Neil's. I haven't been in Neil's in a while. I haven't been online as much. I'm only here for like a few people's streams. Anyway, we're gonna spin this wheel. Number 7, which is actually number 6. Why is there 7? There's not supposed to be a 7. That's why. I had a moment. I was watching. What are you talking about? Tons. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 plus and 6. Let's go again. Because 5 plus, the 5th order was a heARTdrop order. I have to go look if there are other details where I missed, but Reggie, you get the custom commission. So I will touch base with you after the fact. I will touch base with you like in the new year. I will write that you won, and I'll like message you on somewhere, maybe on here. And we'll talk about what kind of character you might like for your digital commission. Or if you want to use it up on an elf, you can use it up on an elf as well. That's a digital character commission. If you have something in mind though that can be drawn on Twitch, that's TOS safe, let me know. Everybody's orders will go out very, 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 very soon. Yeah. Okay, we're going to take that one off, and we are going to spin one more time because we did hit 5 sales. Like every 5 sales that we hit, we were going to have an additional prize. One more time. Order number 4. Let me come back in here. 1, 2, 3, 4. That is someone else that I'm not going to say on stream because I know they wouldn't want to have their name on stream. So Reggie, you win the thing. We can talk about it more later. No, he can't because that doesn't exist. No. Oh my goodness. Thank you so much, everyone, for the support today. You have no idea how much it means. And thank you for coloring along, hanging out, listening to stuff, going on weird tangents, all the stuff and things. Yay! Yay! Thank you so much for all this stuff and things. If you are here on Twitch, I'm going to try to raid you over to Hellbound. If it lets me. I'm not streaming through my normal streaming program, so I don't know if I can do that. But I hope you enjoyed the stream and like the Be Right Back videos and like all that jazz. Because apparently I'm tired. I can't stop saying and like. I also owe you the book link. Hold on just a moment because I did already close it. I'm good like that. I'll put this out here. And again, absolutely fantastic website. There you go. Absolutely great website. We finished a bunch of books. They have Sherlock on there. They have like Thomas Paine. They have all kinds of ancient writings. We tried to start like some Plato and Aristotle stuff, but it was a bit much. We've been listening to Alice in Wonderland, Alice Through the Looking Glass. Lately. I've read that book for Scrooge. All right, I'm gonna try and initiate the raid, and I'll be back next week. I may or may not stream through here again because I still have some kinks to work out with this software. But I hope you enjoyed. I'll finish this up later. And again, I freaking love Yours Noodly. I adore it. Thank you so much for coloring along. That means so much. Root for Scrooge with a possible brain tumor. Yeah, that was a lovely intrusive thought that we had today. Oh my goodness. In the end, aren't we all rooting for Scrooge to have his heart grow 3 sizes that day? Wrong. Wrong story. Oh my gosh. Thanks, Hellbound. I love how you say that like as I'm like rubbing my shoulders too. Like you accidentally. Oh my gosh. Tons. I'm not even. Once again, thank you so much. If you're on Twitch, hang on a second. I'm going to attempt to raid you over to Hellbound. And I'm going to attempt that raid before I say goodbye to the other streams. I don't have like starting and ending videos on here. But yeah, just thank you so very much. I love everything. So appreciated. Even if you just like lurked and left the computer on all day. Like, thank you so much. The love. I think I'm on Twitch. Can't remember right now. So much appreciation and love. Everybody be safe. We'll see you around the internet lands very soon. Thanks once again. I'm gonna do this. I think that's gonna work. And then I gotta make like an outro or something for Secular Solstice. Much love. I'll see y'all very soon.